Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to Online Darts. It is the Pro Tour returns, and we have it all covered. Myself, Henry Deacon, here for the next 5 to 6 hours, keeping you up to date with Players Championship 14 with a bit of multitasking in between with the live league. Henry, how are we doing? Oh, we've lost Henry's audio for some reason. That's always a good start.
Hello, not too. Have you got me now?
There we go. Got you now, yeah.
It would help if I unmuted myself, wouldn't it? What a start.
What a start. Welcome along, everyone. You know what we do here. No half measures. All or nothing.
How are we, though, Phil?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah, all good. One thing, okay, Jason's just said it in the chat room. Is James Wade playing today? Let's have a look.
I'm going to have a little scroll. Let's have a scroll.
No is the answer. No. So I'm guessing he's taking a couple of days to recover after Leverkusen. So,
and ultimately, we're seeing a lot of players do it as well.
Michael Smith breathes a sigh of relief because he will stay world number 4 because it was getting a little bit touch and go.
Very, very much indeed. So, and as well, the only Premier League player now alongside Gary who's going to be in this event, which will be interesting to see, and how interesting a play that's going to be as well. I think that's probably the big talking point. 5 of the 8, or now 6 of the 8, not taking part in this week's Pro Tour events, focusing on the Premier League, which I get.
And Joe's only playing one day. Joe's only playing today. So all eyes on the Premier League. And the big guys, your Michaels, your Gezzies, your Peters, I get it, is the thing. They don't need to play in this. They've just come off the back of a Euro Tour. And you've got Prague again this coming weekend. There's no need for them to burn themselves out and just do damage. And if you're Peter, you can probably do with a break right now, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely, and they're in positions in the world rankings where they kind of can pick and choose a little bit. The Pro Tour isn't probably going to change their position in the world rankings. So for the sake of a Tuesday and Wednesday, you can actually have off. And we spoke for going on there, how congested the next couple of months in the darting calendar is going to be. Whenever you can possibly get your rest, get your breaks, and when it actually works in tune with each other, I'd absolutely take it. As you say, it's going to be another busy week this week. Thursday, Premier League. Then you're traveling to the Czech Republic for the Euro Tour event this weekend. Then there's a Euro Tour event next weekend. It's pretty much Euro Tour the whole of May. I'd be taking the rest when you can get them, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, completely. What have we got? We got about 3.5 minutes till kick-off. So in the chat room, who are you going for today? Who are you rooting for? And again, we're going to say hello. James is in as always. Dan, Juanita, how we doing? Someone called Godfather 170 is in. Don't know who he is.
I think we should block him.
Dan, yeah. Dan is in from Pennsylvania. Nice to have you in board, mate. It's all good.
That must be quite early out there.
Yeah. He said there, near 7 a.m. here.
That's dedication.
So, that is. We like that a lot. James is in. Rick is in. How are we doing from Germany? Excalibur is always in. It's all good. All the usual suspects are pouring in. Curtis and Pete, I'm good, mate. Thank you very much. I tell you what, there's some names being thrown around. There's some big opportunities here for the likes of Nathan Aspinall, Raymond van Barneveld, the people in and around, and it's a chance to get yourself into a good position.
This is actually what I quite like about this being a midweek Pro Tour in the middle of a Premier League, because the Premier League boys will focus on the Premier League, and rightly so, they should focus on the Premier League. It gives those in and around the periphery the opportunity to shine. It gives them the kind of headlines that on a Pro Tour weekend that Peter Wright, Gerwyn Price, Van Gogh would be there for, that perhaps they wouldn't quite harbour. Opportunity to win a title, opportunity to get themselves in conversations, and most importantly for them, dotted around the 16 mark for the race for the World Match Play, knowing that 6 or 7 of the top players in the world aren't going to be there this week. It makes their chances of having a run in this run of Pro Tours even better. And of course, we know how important a run in these events, especially a victory, can be in these events in terms of getting yourself into the World Match Play in Blackpool in July.
Yeah, agreed. Look, it's absolutely huge. Robert is in, said, did enjoy the commentary on the finals night. Phil, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Yeah, me and Henry did a day each last week. It was good.
Enjoyed it. It was good fun. Really good fun. Although they're long, long days. I know why you're powered on Monster now.
I did keep telling everyone there's a reason why Monster is a necessity.
Need to sign a sponsorship deal with them.
I do keep telling them my DMs are always open. But no, they've not come back yet.
Live League.
Yeah, they've not come back yet. But you know, we live in hope.
Exactly. You never know. So, you know, Red Bull on the side of the stage or something like that. You know, they're getting involved in football, F1, maybe darts is their next big sport to take over.
Yeah, completely. Pete says, how are you, Henry?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Really enjoyed Friday on the Live League. Good fun. Hopefully, it won't be the last time you see me at the Live League. Fingers crossed. But really enjoyed it, and a good bunch down there. Great fun, and I'm looking forward to this today because I do think that somebody that perhaps we don't expect, or maybe someone just on the periphery that we've been talking about, wins today. I've got Josh Rock down myself, possibly to win it today. Not developed.
Don't get Gob going. Don't get Gob going. Oh, could you imagine if Josh Rock wins? Oh.
You'd hear him all the way.
Oh.
We're both in Hampshire. I think we'd hear him all the way from Nottingham.
Yeah. Oh, could you imagine if Josh Rock wins? Right, we are underway. We've got live games. They have pressed the button. And we are going. Just line this up.
Tungsten, we have liftoff on Tuesday. And the games, as Phil is saying, is underway. Let's have a look at some of them that are. Luke Humphries, it's Max Hopp. That's a horror first-round draw for the pair of them. Chris Dobie against Jeffrey Desvan on board 2. Michael Smith takes on Tony Martinez on board 3. I'll be covering boards 1 to 8. Phil will be on 9 to 15. Nathan Aspinall, I know a lot of people are tipping him to win today. Actually, I was looking at the FDI rankings. He's actually based number 4 in that at the minute, when you consider as well that the injuries that he's got. That's some achievement. He's taken on Martijn Kleermaker. You got Christopher Tysky against Jamie Hughes. Dave Chisnell takes on David Evans, and Jose de Souza, a man that I think a lot of us are looking out for this week to see how he gets on. He takes on Stu Wilson, a man we've seen a lot of at the Live League.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm just doing a result on the Live League. Kieran Tierney has beaten Simon Stevenson. Who have we got? Pete says Chris Dobie. Yeah, look, I think Chris Dobie could have a really good day. Ace is in. He says, hi guys from South Barnsley, South Yorkshire. Is Callum Ridds playing today? Yes, I believe so. That's not bad. Dave Chisnell starts with a casual 10 darter against David Evans, 150 average.
Mind you, it wasn't as good as Connor Scott's average against Mensur Suljevic, was it?
Unreal. Speaking of Chris Dobie, he's got a tough first round tie. I think we'll go with this for our feature match. I like the look of this one. Against a resurgent Jeffrey Dejoie.
High scoring. And Jeffrey Dejoie that needs to be resurgent to keep his tour card. He's one of those who's definitely in danger of falling down that trap come the end of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, completely. But there has been signs. It's been good. There's been signs that maybe Jeffrey Dejoie has flicked a switch and is looking more himself.
Yeah, and sometimes it can just be down to something as simple as knowing that your tour card is at risk. Sometimes that fear of having to perform to keep your status on tour can actually sometimes spark something back into life. For some players, it could be a slide down the rankings. But we've seen once or twice players that have been at risk of losing their tour cards. I think Nathan Aspinall perhaps would be a good example of that. Who was at risk of losing his tour card, flicks a switch, starts to do well, and then they start to come back and fly back up the rankings. So, maybe this fear of not being in the elite next year, the elite 128, and having to go back to Q school, maybe that's just giving him that little extra incentive, as you say, that little extra bit of spark to perform. And these are the events that he's got to perform at. There's no doubting his TV form, but like a lot of players we speak about, it's on the floor where you got to get yourself on the telly. And if you don't perform here, then you put yourself in all sorts of trouble.
Got to get yourself on the old telly box.
Getting yourself on TV does you a lot of help in keeping your tour card.
It does. What else have we got? Jose de Souza takes the opener. It's not a great one. It's not really an inspiring start so far. Nathan Aspinall trails Martijn Kleermaker 2-0. The Asp seeded 6th today because of the pullouts. And to be fair, Henry, something I think we're going to see more and more of is the Midweek Pro Tours.
And personally, I'm all for. I just, as a sport, it needs to professionalise and further professionalise, and this is part of it. But I also think, actually, especially in the middle of a Premier League campaign, I actually think these midweek events actually give better opportunities to these players a bit further down the rankings. Yes, I know it's a sacrifice for a lot. They've got jobs and things along them lines, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of tournaments being put on, and if there's opportunity to win ranking points, maybe sometimes you have to sacrifice a weekend knowing that you could get points in the midweek potentially down the line. I think I'm all for these midweek Pro Tours personally.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Plus, it means we get to spend our Tuesdays waffling nonsense and not watch Phil and Holly on the sofa.
Well, there is that. Again, chat room, get involved through the day. Yes, mate, go on.
Good game on one of your boards. Danny Noppert against Scott Williams. It's 2-0 to Noppy. 115 average plays a ton at the minute.
Yeah, it's good. And I'll tell you on one of yours, the number 1 seed, Luke Humphreys. I may be wrong, but I think this is probably the first time he has seeded one. He's in a little bit of bother.
Yeah, 3-0 down to Max Hopp. Now, I said at the start of the broadcast that this is a horrid first-round draw. Max Hopp, who, again, it's another one of those players who ain't about tour cards come the end of the year, but is seeming to find something just at the minute. Maybe not in large spells, but he's doing enough to pick up enough results on a consistent basis. Of course, he's qualifying for a lot of Euro Tours, which also helps in that process. But 3-0 up here against Luke Humphreys, 96 average so far compared to Humphreys 92. I'm just dialing into leg 4. Not really an inspiring display so far from either. Not a treble, one treble visit from Humphreys, 74, 60, 60, 59 are the scoring visits so far in that leg. So we might delve back into that one in a second once that gets exciting. But elsewhere on my boards, Dervan Divenbode against Raditz Agansky, both players averaging over a ton 1-1 in that. Damon Hedson and Keegan Brown, they are locked at 1 apiece. Board 2, as we see on the feature, Chris Dobie 3-1 up on Jeffrey Desvan. On board 3, Michael Smith, the number 8 seed, one of the few Premier League representatives in this tournament, is level at 2-2. It's Desmond between him and Tony Martinez. Brendan Dolan has taken the opener against Glenn Durham. On board 5, Rob Cross and Matt Campbell. That's the game on the streaming board on PDC TV. They have just got underway. And on board 8, it is Martin Schindler 0, Steve Beaton 2. The Bonstadon is another player looking to cling on to his tour card come the end of the year.
Yeah, and he needs it as he goes 3-0 up on Martin Schindler, which is a surprise because Schindler's been one of the informed players on the Euro Tour, especially. Scott Williams, the man with the golden ticket, averaging a ton, but is behind to Danny Noppert, the Fries. Jamie Hughes in front against Christoph Ratajski averaging 106 and trails. Joe Cullen 1-1 with Vladimir Anderson. Where else are we? Dave Chisnell 3-0 up on Dave Evans. Jose de Souza has raised the average to 102 against Stu Wilson. Bunting 2-2 with John Michael. And look, John Michael's a fun character, but I still struggle to see how he keeps winning his tour card.
Well, this is the thing with Q scores. You just need to do enough over a certain number of days, and that's just something he seems to do. And I suppose we've seen it a lot with him at BDO level back in the days, where he'd do enough to win tournaments and get himself into the Lakeside. And then when he gets to the Lakeside, perhaps doesn't always get the results or the performances that we'd expect to see from him. You know, he does enough to get into the system, and you'd hope now that he can kind of kick on. Now he's become a bit more of a permanent member of it. 80 average. Unfortunately, at this level, the elitist level, especially as a player like Stephen Bunting, unfortunately won't cut it.
Yeah, indeed. I'll tell you what, that game on board 1, Henry, here's Humphreys feeling the pressure of that little 1 in brackets next to his name.
Well, I've just been watching the last leg and a half on Dark Connect, and it has got very, very nervy. I mean, there was only one real highlight visit in that last leg, and that was a 140 from Max Hopp. It wasn't really a great leg from either of them. I'll just delve back into leg 5 of this match. And, well, Humphreys 60, 60, 60, 99 with the darts. Hopp 121, ton 45. So he's got the darts again in this leg, Max Hopp. 90 leads and 145. First to a finish, but Humphreys can possibly make a real indent on this 222. Hits a 140 to leave 82. So suddenly now Max Hopp's got to take this 145 out. And if Luke Humphreys doesn't take the 82 upon his next visit, if he comes back, it'll be a 5-0 deficit. It'll be facing head on. And Max Hopp would have the darts in the 6th. Hopp hits 87 to leave 58. So this 82 you sense from Luke Humphreys will have to go. We'll probably go the bullseye route. 42 leads him on top. So Max Hopp will get a go at this 58. We'll go 18 tops for a 5-0 lead. This will be for yet another breaker throw. And he'll be throwing for a 6-0 whitewash victory in his opening game of the day. Gets it done in 2. 18 tops. So Max Hopp, he's 5-0 up and has the darts for the match to knock out the number 1 seed, Luke Humphreys.
It is. We've seen that seeding weigh heavily on other people's shoulders before, and it looks as if the same is happening here today. Also, John Michael is now in front against Stephen Bunting, which is a surprise. Ted Everts has leveled it up with Dimitri Vandenberg. Vladimir Anderson levels up with Joe Cullen as well. There's some interesting scenes developing here. But one thing is ever clear. The Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton on board 8. Schindler has a leg back. But again, when you're fighting, Beaton is just scraping results at the moment.
He's an old pro. He knows how to get the results and the right results at the right time. And if there's one thing you can't buy in this game, and that's experience, and Steve Beaton has that in an abundance. And And at the end of the day, all he has to do is find enough results to get into the top 64 at the end of the year. And at the minute, that's exactly what he's doing. Steve Beaton, we've said it about qualifying for match plays and world championships over the years, always finds enough to get in there. And he's kind of doing the same here, kind of in this race to keep his tour card. He just knows how to find a way. He's like the postman. He always delivers.
It does. What else have we got floating around? Dane Noppert is in front against Scott Williams 3-2. That's a really good game. Top stuff. Our feature game, Chris Dobie, can he pin tops? He does 5-2 away. I'm expecting a good day from Dobes. You can't continue to play well and lose games.
Exactly. And he must wonder what on earth. I was going to say is he ran over a black cat, but considering what part of the world he's from and the result last night in the football, that's probably not the right thing to say. But he must think how his luck's been out, having played so well, so much in recent times. But as we know, I'll just pause there because Max Hopp has sealed a 6-0 victory over Luke Humphreys, pins tops, last dart in hand. And so the number 1 seed for today's action, Luke Humphreys, has departed the scene in Wigan.
The first bagel of the day served by Max Hopp. Just out of interest, chat room, what is your favourite bagel in the morning? Let's get the bagel questions in nice and early.
I don't know why I didn't think about that when I went down the cafe earlier.
Yeah. Jar, how on earth have you... Jar, the honest answer is because it was on the sofa behind me when I was running late and I just grabbed it and chucked it on. At least I'm honest. And to be fair, it's not that nice here. It's actually raining. Well, it's stopped now, but it was. It's been raining most of the morning.
Yeah, no, same here. We're both in similar parts of the world, and it's not heavy rain, but there's been bits of spit as the morning goes on. And Carol Kirkwood will now have a half-hour break.
Yeah. Where else have we got? Yeah, Matt Campbell on your board, 3-1 up, as Dan says, with legs of 14, 13, and 11. The boy is a bit good.
I mean, we knew as soon as he got his tour card, he was going to do things. And I think once he kind of got settled into this routine of traveling from Canada to the UK, and I know it took Jeff Smith a while to kind of get used to this. We knew once he settled into that, then he'd be some player. I mean, again, we saw him at the Live League. He played in it once and he took home the big check. That's how good he is. Played at the World Championship, pushed Adrian Lewis pretty much all the way. And just a result on board too, as you can see on the feature game, Chris Dobie has got the job done. A lot of people are fancying him for a big run today, and his draw is opened up following the departure of Luke Humphreys. He's through. He's beaten the resurgent man, Jeffrey Desvan, by 6 legs to 2. But yeah, going back to Matt Campbell, he's the sort of player that I think, once he's settled into the environment, which I think he has now, I think he's going to do things. Year one is just about consolidating himself, get yourself into the TV majors, and then next year, make an assault, get into the match play, get into the Grand Prix. And then year 3, you can start to move on. But things are getting exciting on Damon Heta and Keegan Brown's board, Phil.
It is. I'll come to that in a second, but I am deep into a noble leg between Aspinall and Clearmaker. And it's going to go to the wire. After 12, Clearmaker has left 89 on his darts. But a 180 from Aspinall in this leg. 1-2-2. And he is going to get first stab to complete a comeback win. Remember, he trailed and he's missed the ball for the 1-2-2. So Clearmaker 89. Will he get 1 or 2 match darts? He's missed one. He's missed one at 5-5. So Aspinall coming back for 25 to seal it. And he does. 95 and 94. Very tidy game between the pair. But it is Aspinall that marches on in the Noble. Going back to the chat room. We said what were your favourite bagels, and we've got some in. What have we got? We've got cheese and ham from Teresa. Well, I tell you what, James has gone to the other half in the smoked salmon and cream cheese. What's all this about in a dart show?
Is that a Waitrose bagel by any chance?
Ooh, Waitrose. Adrian is going for the Philadelphia. Sam says a German bagel called Max Hopp. Good point, well made. Bob, don't be stupid. Spud King says we've toasted sandwiches in Australia. Chicken, cheese, and mayo. Nice. Colin's binned off the bagel. He's going for a bacon roll. James says M&S, not Waitrose. Big fan. Fan of that one.
However, when we were talking about that Noble on the feature game, Damon Heta, the heat ran hot. He's hit a perfect 9-dart leg, the first of the day, much to Gob's grimace as well. So Damon Heta has hit the first 9-darter of the week here in Wigan, and you sense it will not be the last.
No. It's it won't be. Jose de Souza, a 6-1 winner. Tell me Jose de Souza's playing without telling you Jose de Souza's playing. I'll go first. Legs 1 to 3, averaging 89. 4 to 6, 102. Finish 89.
Darts with Jose's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
I tell you what, could you imagine the blind pairs draw and Jose and Johnny playing together?
That would, that would be quite interesting.
Yeah. It would be funny.
They should do that. Imagine just blind draw weekend, just like a warm-up event, just as a one-off. Be some interesting ones in there. There could be some very interesting ones in there.
We'll fix the draw.
Price and Anderson as a pair. As Phil's filling in on the live league, let's just have a quick check elsewhere where Dave Chisnell is a 6-2 victor over David Evans on board 10. Brendan Dolan looks as if he's closing in on victory over Glenn Dolan. He's 5-2 up in that affair. As we can see there, Damon Heta, he's on the verge of victory, but Keegan Brown has got darts to bring it back to 5-4. The Heta would have the darts in the next leg to see himself through. Dimitri van der Bergerman, I know a lot of people will be tipping to do well today. He's 4-3 up on Ted Everts, 4-4 in that fantastic clash on board 5, the stream game between Rob Cross and Matt Campbell. Campbell averaging 104, Cross 98. On board 2, Neil Zonovan, James Wilson about to get underway. Danny Van Tripp one up in the opener against Mario van der Bahada. Schindler and Beaton in the Noble leg. We'll come back to that in a second. Danny Noppert 5-4 up in Scott Williams in a game which we both fancied at the start of the day. Jamie Hughes 5-4 up on Christopher Tyker. Good game that, 104, 103 average respectively. You said last night it was a big week for Ratajski. Bunting and Michael have gone to a Noble, and Dirk van Dijvenbode is one away against Radek Sagansky.
Absolutely.
In fact, make that result.
Yeah. Danny Noppert, the Freeze. 6-4 victory over Scott Williams. Again, a high quality game. 104.65 average from Noppert. He's going to be a danger for the rest of this year. You can just see it.
Yeah, he's one of those awkward players that you just can't you can't seem to shake off. And if it was 10 players, he would 100% be in next year's Premier League conversation. If he can do well back end of the year in the majors, I think he'll put himself in the 8-man conversation.
Oh, I'll tell you what, huge result on board 16 as well. The Greek plate slinger John Michael has beaten Stephen Bunting 6-5 in a noble. That's a shock. That's the first real big shock of the day as well for me.
Yeah, I think you would have expected Stephen Bunting to have got through that, and especially the position he was in earlier on in the match as well. So, but big victory for John Michael. We said he needs to pick these up to kind of give himself confidence as he regains his tour card once again. And Brendan Doan beating Glenn Dowan 6-2. Unfortunately for Glenn, another first round exit for him today.
Breaking his heart a month on from beating him 3-2 at the WDF World Championship at Lakeside. He's beaten him by 4-3 after being 3.
Thanks, Nico.
And our special guest today.
Just weighing. Ollie, I disagree. The scoreline, Luke Humphries losing 6-0 is a shock, but Max Hopp beating Luke Humphries isn't. But with the greatest of respects, that John Michael, I don't think is very good. So him beating Stephen Bunting, who's played very well this year, is a huge surprise for me.
And this is kind of the point we made earlier, that these midweek Pro Tours opens a door up for players who are further down the 1-8. I don't know why, but you just get the feeling that when they play on Tuesday, Wednesday, actually there's no reason why it should, but it feels like it does level the playing field a little bit.
Yeah. A bit of the Joker. He had some tasty trousers in the Euro Tour a couple of weeks ago.
Are we just getting a subscription to foulfashion.com for every tour card holder? Well, and associate tour member in Scott Williams as well.
His were horrendous as well. Absolutely horrendous.
It was, that's where you hope that the luggage was messed up at the airport, so he doesn't have to wear them again. No doubt he'll wear them at the Live League next time round.
Yeah. What else have we got? Campbell cross game is insane. Yeah, look, absolute belter of a game. Matt Campbell averaging 104 at the moment. Jack says, have players pulled out? Yeah, pretty much the whole Premier League lineup. James says, we'll come to that in a second. Kevin says, I know Luke has won a Pro Tour and a Euro Tour, but do you think him knowing a few good results would catapult him towards the top 10, playing a bit on his mind? I think if I looked, another shock as well, we'll come to this in a minute. I think I looked right that the tour card race, he's provisionally world number 8, I think, Luke, after the Worlds. James says, is 35k enough for the match play? We were talking about this the other day, mate. Potentially 35 may get you the last spot, I think.
The only caveat is if someone just in behind that chasing pack decides to win a Pro Tour, then the figure completely skews. That's the only issue with predicting money spells, because someone, for example, on say $7,000 for the year could, in a hypothetical scenario, could win both Pro Tours this week and be on 27,000 and have qualified for the Euro Tour, and then suddenly put themselves back in contention. I know a very unlikely scenario, but weird things can come into play. It's a weird one because there can always be someone from the chasing pack who suddenly puts themselves back in contention by winning one of these.
Yeah.
Incidentally, Cross has left tops after 12. Campbell on 81 after 9 and takes out 81. A 12-dart leg in the decider for Matt Campbell. Scores of a ton 14, maximum 81 out. Last dart in hand. He has beaten Rob Cross. Voltage, the spark is out for today. He has been beaten in a cracker through the decider by 6 legs to 5.
Some of the seeds disappearing. Yeah, it's 12k for winning a Pro Tour.
Yeah. Shall we ask Gob that question? Is Searle safe for the match play yet?
He'll still say no.
Another big name being dragged to the Nobles on one of your board 11. Dimitri and Ted Everts, 5 apiece in that one. So that's another one which has gone all the way to a Noble leg. Let's have a quick check on what else has just got started. James Wilson 3 up on Neil Zonneveld. Ricardo Petrescu 2 up on Brett Claydon. Adam Hunt, George Killington level at 1 apiece. Peter Hudson and Connor Scott just getting underway. Barry Van Peer takes the opener against Stephen Burton. We've seen win week 1 of this phase at the Live League. Scott Mitchell and Andy Bolton got underway. Dimitri Van den Berg has got the victory in the end against Ted Everts, 6-5 in the decider. So Scott Mitchell, Andy Bolton underway. Lee Evans against Robert Owen, who we saw last week. Andrew Gilding and Mickey Mansell just getting underway. Joe Mernon a leg up in the opener against Brian Rahman. And Matthew Edgar and Eddie Lovely are just getting underway on board 4.
James, so the players that are missing, Michael Smith is playing both. Joe Cullen is playing today, not tomorrow, but that is it for the Premier League campaigners.
I totally get why Michael's playing in this. Just get a few wins, get a bit of confidence on the board. He's had a wretched time of it in the Premier League. Performances at times haven't actually been too bad, but when you're playing in that Elite 8, small mistakes obviously cost you matches. And when you win this, I think especially in this tournament format, if you keep going out in the quarterfinals, it can become very deciding. So I get why he's playing here this week. Get some wins on the board. If you can win one, even better, and just get that confidence going for that end of season run in the Premier League.
Yeah. Actually, Gob, you weren't correct last year because on a technicality, we were right. We said 25 grand would be enough, and Jermaine Watamina got in on 24.75. So I was right that 25 grand would have been enough to get you to the match play. But this year, different story because of the Euro Tours. As well, interestingly, Damon Heta could go top of the Pro Tour Order of Merit if he wins today.
And has probably been the most consistent player on the Pro Tour this year in terms of what you're going to get from him. So it's
Yeah.
definitely not out of the realms of possibility.
Phil, who do you think will win the Premier League? I think it will be MVG Johnny Clayton in the final, and MVG wins. John Henderson is playing today. He plays Jason Lowe on board 13. Who was Ando got today? I have interest. All right. So in fact, Ando was a late pullout because last week he was going to these.
Which obviously makes life difficult for the PDC because obviously they need to then find call-ups and of course with it being a Tuesday and Wednesday, it's going to be a bit more difficult for the associate tour members to kind of go last minute unless they can kind of work it around their jobs and they've got good bosses that can kind of squeeze their work schedule around it. That's the only probably difficulty about these midweek pro tours. If there's late pullouts, it's finding the best players from the associate tours, a challenge tour, or merit that can come in at a moment's notice because mainly of work commitments, or if they're from say Germany or Holland or something like that, getting them over knowing that it is last minute.
As Gob said, Peter Burgoyne only got a call up this morning.
And it's not ideal preparation, is it, when you're playing, and especially if you're hitting a massive occasion to try and play in the Pro Tour against the best in the world. To have had, it can work both ways, but by and large, the lack of preparation doesn't usually help. So I think for him, it'd be more about tomorrow's action than it is today's event. That's probably a bit it most certainly is a free hit because he only got the phone call this morning.
Yeah. Big Johnny says, I think we've only got 3 more years of Anderson. I'm not even convinced it's that long at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with Gary. I mean, Gary will definitely do it on his terms. It's as simple as that. Gary will go when Gary wants to go, but it's how much longer does Gary want to go through the mill if results aren't quite going his way? And we saw it with Stephen Hendry in snooker, didn't we? When the results started to go the other way, and he wasn't doing so well at the Crucible, or he wasn't winning as much as he used to. The smell of not winning and the smell of feeling like a player who's just turning up was just too much for him. He decided, even though he was a player who could easily be top 8 in the world, he decided to walk away because he was a winner ultimately. And I feel with Gary, that's the same thing. I think the day he senses that he's turning up events just to take part instead of winning, I think that's the day he decides to say thank you to the sport for all it's done to him, but quietly and happily move on to retired life.
The thing is, as well, he's already said he'll never officially say I'm retiring. As well, he will literally just disappear.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, we've seen it from a lot of sports people in the past. Once you walk away, what can't you do? Want to kind of get out the limelight. I don't know whether we'd maybe give the seniors tour a go or something like that. Maybe not straight away, but maybe after a couple of years of sitting back and relaxing and enjoying life. And I know he likes his fishing and things like that. Whether that would be something a bit further down the line he'd consider, I don't know. But it would be a sad day when it does happen because he's one of the greatest players that this sport's ever seen. 2 Premier League, 2 World Championships, and a World Match Play, and on all the other tournaments aside from that.
Yeah. Cameron Menzies 3-1 up, averaging 102. Evening, Juanita. Hope you are good.
Now
Oh,
3-3 in
wow.
that game between Stephen Burton and Barry Van Peer.
Nick Fulwell levels it up 4 apiece with the Joker on our feature game.
And it's a brilliant performance from his opponent because
Was Phil's back on live leave, cutting and editing duty. Let's just have a quick check around the boards. Willie Borland's taken the opener against Sean Wilkinson. Rusty Jake Rodriguez is averaging 107, but 3-1 behind to Richie Edhouse, who himself is averaging 103. Matt Edgar 2-1 up on Eddie Lovely. Cameron Menzies, as Phil's mentioned just now, 3-1 up on Rowby John Rodriguez. Joe Mernon 5-1 up. Dominant performance of him against Brian Rahman. Kevin Dowitz 2-1 up on Boris Kretschmer. Andrew Gilding is averaging 112, now 107. He's 4-0 up on Mickey Mansell. Robert Owen, another one of the associate members. He's 3-1 up on Lee Evans. Andy Bolton, 102 average for him. The X Factor definitely has that at the minute as he leads Scott Mitchell by 3-0. It's currently 3-3 in the game between Barry Van Peer and Stephen Burton. Peter Hudson 2-1 up, or now 3-1 up on Connor Scott. Adam Hunt 4-2 down to George Killington. 4-4 in the feature game. John O'Shea against Nick Falwell. Ricardo Pietrescu is 4-3 down to Blake Claydon. And in the game at the bottom, it's 4-piece. Mario Van der Behada and Danny Van Tripp cannot be separated. And warming up on board 2, this should be a good one. Darryl Gurney up against Jason Heaver.
Yep. What else have we got? Ashley says, hi guys, since Gezi isn't playing today and tomorrow, when's the earliest that he could regain our number 1? Potentially this weekend at the Euro Tour. I think he'd have to win it and Peter go out early, but potentially this weekend. Did we get your picks? Yeah, I went for Dobes. Who did you go for today?
I went
Henry?
for Josh Rock. These are one of those Pro Tours where someone like Josh could just come out the pack and have one of those days where he springs from the field and claims a victory. You just never know. He's playing the type of darts which could see him do just that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on board 10, Joe Mernon sealed a 6-1 victory over Brian Rahman.
No, Ricky Evans hasn't played yet. Matty plays Danny Jansen on board 3. Love that, Big Johnny. When did Gilding decide to play amazing again? Madness. I'm not sure that there'll be a full-time replacement for Nigel Pearson just yet. Jamie, I think we'll see a few in and out.
Well, I do have Devon and Laura, which they can kind of bring in and out, can't they, for the next couple of tournaments. Who they're part of the Sky team, but obviously we don't see them every week at every Sky event. So I can imagine that will be temporarily the solution for Sky to what is a awful problem that they have. And I think we're still quite shocked and saddened by Nigel's passing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, victory there on the feature game for John O'Shea. He's taken out double 10 to beat Nick Fulwell 6-4 in a tightly contested match. Also victory on board 9 for Stephen Burton. He's a 6-3 victor over Barry Van Peer. 6-2 is the scoreline of victory for George Killington. He has knocked Adam Hunt out of the race for Pro Tour victory on Tuesday here in Wigan.
Since Wright has become world number 1, do you think there's been pressure to keep the world number 1 spot in Premier League? I don't think there's pressure on him to keep the world number 1 spot. I just don't think he's had a bit of a dip in form. For me.
And this is the thing about having so many tournaments. You're going to see so many peaks and troughs on players, whereas in the past, because tournaments are kind of spaced out, you don't quite possibly see the peaks and troughs so much. Meanwhile, Andrew Gilding has served the bagel to Mickey Mansell. 6-0 victory, averaging 103.65. Someone has lit up Goldfinger this morning, and he is through to round 2 in the Pro Tour. Meanwhile, have you seen who's warming up on board 9?
Who's warming up on board 9? Board 9. Anyone we know? Certain Mr. Barney is warming up.
Well, we mentioned at the start of the program, he is one of them who could possibly benefit from the Premier League boys, or the majority of the Premier League boys, not being here today.
Yes, absolutely. There's a couple of really good questions going on in the chat room as well. How are you doing, Dan? Hope you are good. Nico, no, Wade's not there today. Next Sky Sport event after the Premier League is the World Cup towards the end of June, mid to end. Ben says, do you think the new Premier League format has been a success, and will they keep it? It depends how you determine success. In the PDC's eyes, yes, I think they class it as a success. TV numbers are very good. For the in-arena fan, it is a very good experience. I think it is here next year. There might be
I think it's the permanent form,
but the knockout games will be there.
Completely agreed. The tournament format's here to stay. I think next year it'll stay exactly as it is. Maybe year after, do they look at how they tweak the tournament format? Maybe inviting more players, and maybe just squeezing around one or two little areas. I don't know, but I think in terms of the actual format of it, as you say, the fan experience is great. And I think as well, with the Premier League, there's a lot of people that kind of flit in and out of it because it is such a long competition. So it's easier for those who do that to watch a competition on the night played down to a winner, as opposed to someone who's maybe watched week 1 and 2 and maybe then don't tune in till week 13 looking at a league table that they don't even know how to read or interpret, and they kind of get disillusioned. At least if they're flicking in and out, they can watch a tournament on the night and enjoy that.
Yeah, and Dan says it there. He's been to, I think, Leeds and Manchester. He said the new format is much better for the fans in the arena. Perhaps not so much the fans at home, but amazing for those in attendance. Yeah, I fully agree.
Exactly, and if we don't have bums on seats, then you don't have a product, do you, at the end of the day? So if it works for the fans and the fans are the most important thing, then if they're enjoying their night and it comes across well on the TV, then that's what's going to win out at the end of the day.
World Cup lineups, I don't know. I don't think the PDC know the full lineups yet, is the issue. There are.
We know we have to substitute one country.
Yes. Hopefully that's with France.
It has to be, hasn't it? And I mean, I've got a bit of a soft spot for Thibaut because he's a lovely guy, but I think him and the other guy whose name has avoided me. I can't believe that brain's gone.
You pronounce it.
Yeah, that's the one. I think there'd be a brilliant pairing, and I'm not saying they go on and win it, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I think they'd cause a bit of damage and maybe ruffle a couple of feathers whilst they're there. They wouldn't be a team that go in there to make up the numbers. That's for certain.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of that, I don't think the lineups have all been finalised yet. The Premier League has not been. Dravier's particularly keen on the last three formats. Issue is not actually seeing the same matchups. Yeah, no, I agree, Gob, it is. But in terms of the business, ticket sales are obviously very good. TV numbers are very good, so they're happy with it. Teresa says, I don't like darts in big arenas. I did Dublin for the Premier League in Manchester. Don't like the atmosphere. Was all right in Manchester, but compared to Dublin, when you go to the majors, I don't know. I thought the Dublin Premier League is my favourite by a mile. I absolutely love it. And the problem is that from a commercial point of view, if you're selling 12,000 tickets like they did in Manchester, you're not going to move it to somewhere that only holds 5.
No. I think to a certain extent you've got to accept the Premier League for what it is. It's an opportunity to get these players out to big arenas and to sell out big arenas. I suppose it's a little bit like the Masters snooker compared to the Crucible. You kind of accept the different beasts for what they are. Or actually, maybe the Shootout probably be a better example. The Shootout to the Crucible, that they're different beasts, and you kind of have to respect the fact that they're selling to different market points, so to speak.
Mind you, Barry's last interview he gave, if he could move it from the Crucible to sell more tickets, he would.
Well, I don't know whether you saw that little paper in the week, Sheffield City Council, but they're looking to build on land around the theatre or something like that, aren't they? To build almost a Crucible 2.
Yeah.
In Sheffield.
Yeah. One last question. No, Gary is not in the World Cup. It will be Peter Wright and John Henderson, controversially, as Mr. Suter said on Facebook. Barney has taken the opener against Ryan Meikle. Ricky Evans underway against Danny Jansen. James, I'm with you that Blackpool is the pinnacle. Nothing will ever beat Blackpool in terms of darts. That is up there with the very best.
I think with darts, it's still trying to learn what kind of iconic synonymous arenas there are for the sport. And for me, Blackpool's right up there with the very top of them. It's somewhere, it's the only all ever present venue for a PDC event, so to speak. I mean, it's been there since '94, and it's the pinnacle of PDC darts. And I think the fact that the World Match Play is not like the World Championship, and it is just the top 32 players. For any player that qualifies for it, especially for the first time, it's a remarkable achievement.
Yeah. King Barry struggling along here in our feature game. Two behind, and he's not playing particularly well at the moment.
Yeah, Gert Nenches is just doing what he needs to do because him himself is averaging 86.
Yeah. Connor Scott is up on Peter Hudson on board 14. Steve West 2 up on Madaz Razma. What else have we got in the chat room? Ben says, do you know if the players are happy with the format? I know Price said he wasn't a fan. I think it's split. I think some of them are, some of them aren't. Tam says, not much controversy in defending champion. The problem is, it's the criteria is the 2 top ranked players represent your country and the teams. And then for Gary not to play, and then they break the structure because it should be Suter, not Hendo. And I love Hendo to bits, and I fully support what they've done on this. But they've got to set a precedent when, say, I'm trying to think, England, because the England team could change quite a lot over the next years. Say England win the World Cup this year, Wade and Smith, and then next year one of them has been overtaken by Joe Cullen, and they put Joe in and don't let that pair defend the title is the issue. It's got to be set, or you have to stay with it.
As you say, it's set a precedent now, hasn't it? Where pretty much the defending champions, unless one of them decides I don't want to play, pretty much has to play next year.
Yeah.
And just put this scenario on the table, Phil, just quickly. If John Henderson and Peter Wright win it again this year, and John Henderson loses his tour card,
yep,
that opens up a big can of worms then.
Yeah, exactly. Is Alan Suter happy with Hendo playing? I don't know. He was quite clear on Facebook that he wasn't asked to step aside. I think if he'd been asked, I think he would have done it. But the problem is it's not just Suits. Andy Bolton is now above Hendo in the rankings as well. I don't think Keane can make the World Cup this year. Depends when they're going to do the cut-off, or if they've already done it. Because he could, but I don't know whether.
And again, this is another thing we need to find out. When is the cut-off for the World Cup?
Yeah,
is it after the Euro Tour? Say that, if you knew, say this weekend was the cut-off.
And this is what I mean. There needs to be some better clarity. Andy Bolton's been Scottish for a good 2 or 3 years now. Ross Montgomery has levelled it up with Gabriel Clemens on board 10. Devon Peterson in front, but behind a long way in the averages on board 8, Henry.
Yeah, I was looking at this match and thinking, for first round match, this is actually quite big for the pair of them, really, isn't it? Devon Peterson, who a heck of a lot to defend this year in the PDC rankings, and Adrian Lewis, who we're seeing signs of, but we're not quite seeing consistently that kind of renaissance from him. I think for both, this is a huge first round match at the start of a big Pro Tour week, and if Devon can get victory here and spark something into life, it'll be interesting to see kind of how things develop for him from here. I think, well, he's taken a 3-1 lead now, but look at the averages swing like a seesaw because it's now Peterson in front on the averages from Adrian Lewis. 91 plays 89 there. And as I say, it's a huge, huge day for the pair of them.
It is. Barney is in front against Meikle 2-1. I don't think Raymond will be enjoying this pace, though, somehow.
No. Put it this way. If they were putting that blind pairs tournament that we were talking about earlier on, it would be an interesting combination.
Yeah.
It would be like putting Ricky Evans and Dennis Smith together.
Oh.
Could you imagine the pace differential in that?
Couple of tasty games warming up. Martin Lukeman, Florian Hempel, Callum Ridd against Willie O'Connor, and Merv King against Jim Williams. Yes, please. Yes, please.
That bottom one. Oh, I like the look of that. I mean, Kim Huybrecht, Jules Van Dongen isn't a bad game either for round one.
Ryan in the chat room says blind pairs, Meikle and Pipe. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine Meikle and Pipe against Gary Anderson and someone else quick?
I think that would end in tears.
Yeah. Ashley, the controversy around Hendo for the World Cup is the fact that not shouldn't's the wrong word. He isn't the second-ranked Scotsman. Gary says he doesn't want to play, but Hendo isn't even the third-ranked Scotsman. So, look, they're setting a precedent, which I like if they stick to it. If the defending champion or champions always defend, then I'm on board with that. But if it's just done 1 year, then they don't do it again, then it causes an issue.
Mm-hmm. And the issue isn't with Hendo, the issue is with the format, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, remember back a few years ago when we had the Champions League event on the BBC and Phil Taylor was in danger of going outside the top 8. The PDC straight away stepped in and said, because Phil won the first year, the defending champion plays in the tournament before the cut-off at the end of the World Match Play, which you can understand, the players understand because they know exactly what is being played for. You know, clarity is everything. And I'll say, I mean, the other thing, as you mentioned, we don't know when the cut-off. I'd like to think, obviously, the players would know when the cut-off is for the World Cup, but obviously we don't know. You know, it could be either today, tomorrow. It could be the end of a Euro Tour weekend, or it could have already have gone. That'll be another interesting thing to find out. So a lot of talking points ahead of the World Cup in the middle of June.
So a really good game for him to get to 8 points. Marsh for now has to settle for 6. Next game we're going to have is Kieran Tian up against James Richardson.
So Phil's back on live league duty temporarily. So the double shift for Phil Barr. So let's have a quick check then across the boards. Ross Smith got to Voss, Mervyn King, Jim Williams just got underway. Florian Hempel has taken the opener against Martin Lukeman. Kim Huybrecht has done exactly the same against Jules Van Dongen. Ricky Evans 4-3 up on Danny Janssen. Simon Whitlock 3-2 up on Scott Waits. That's not a bad first round tie at all. Adam Gavlas 2-1 up on Mensur Suljevic. Devon Peterson has now opened up a 4-1 lead on Adrian Lewis. Steve West, the same margin in front against Madars Razma. Raymond van Barneveld, 3-1 up on Ryan Meikle. Ryan Joyce, meanwhile, he's 4-2 in front against Jake Jones. The boss, Ross Montgomery, has opened up a 4-3 lead against Gabrielle Clements, whilst Daryl Gurney is one leg away from victory against Jason Heaver. He leads 5-3.
Yeah. That's why I hate these 12 o'clock Pro Tour starts. When they're 2 o'clock, it's all right. We can sort the live league out, not an issue. But the 12 one kills me.
Multitasker Phil Bath.
Yeah. Some of the things I've done to multitask in the past are unbroadcastable, but hilarious.
Unbroadcastable and most likely illegal.
Correct.
Don't worry, we've all done it in journalism, haven't we?
One of the funniest ones was putting over on the hard shoulder to clip something. We may have missed it, but it looks like Smudger. He has. Ross Smith has hit a 9 against Jet DeVos. I love it when the average says 167. Super stuff from Smudger.
Wow, we said Damon Hetter's 9 wasn't going to be the last, and we were proven right in that respect. What quality we're getting here on this Tuesday afternoon in Wigan, and it's only going to go up because have a little listen to these games warming up. Damian Mole against Steve Lennon, then Vincent van der Voort against Bradley Brooks, and Jess Smith against Nathan Rafferty. For first round games at the Pro Tour, not too snazzy. Meanwhile, in that game that we're looking forward to between Mervyn King and Jim Williams, King has taken the opener there. Now, Adrian Lewis has brought it back to 4-3 in that game against Devon Peterson. I'm just going to have a quick little log into and dial in to this game. Just have a little look at how leg 8 goes, because this is, as we mentioned a few minutes ago, this is a huge game for both players, especially for Devon Peterson, who has got a lot to defend in the world rankings this year. Had a fantastic 2020, but in 2021, it was very up and down for him. So a lot to defend this year. It's 4-3 up on Lewis, but Jackpot has the darts in leg 8. It's kicked over a ton and 85. Peterson, in response, in his only throw so far, is a 40 start. Peterson responds 140 though, as does Adrian Lewis of his next throw. So 176 for Jackpot, 321 for Peterson. We're in leg 8 of this game. Peterson leads by 4 legs to 3 and hits a maximum to bring himself onto 141 after 9. Lewis 176 after 9, so can leave this incredibly handy after 4 visits to the board. Only hits a 36 to leave 140. So now Devon Peterson, against the darts, you feel, is favourite for the leg. He wants 141 now. And hits 141 to break Adrian Lewis's throw and to open up a 5-3 lead, and has the darts for the match. What a huge finish that is for Devon Peterson. A 141 against the darts for a 12 dart leg, and kicks off ton 40 in this, the 9th.
Back into the chat room. No, Alistair Gary's not playing today. We probably won't see him until Thursday night. Chat room knows as well. The 9 darters flying in when Gob's not in. Ryan, yeah, loads of challenge players in today, mate.
That's what worried me on Friday, because Colin Osborne got 7 into a 9, and I reckon I would have not been able to have gone out that booth alive if I got a 9 dart on my first stint.
Ross Montgomery is sending us to a Noble on board 10. He levels up with Clemens 10 points different to the averages, but it's a 501 shootout.
Otherwise known as a Noble.
Benny, yes, as far as I know it is. Simon Whitlock 1 away from what would be a good result for the Wizard in his hunt for Blackpool.
Well, we could be at the deciding end. We are at the end of Devon Peterson's game against Adrian Lewis, because the African Warrior has taken out 64 of his last dart in hand to complete a 6-3 victory over Jackpot. So Adrian Lewis departs, falls at the first hurdle here at Wigan. It's Devon Peterson who is through to round 2, and that could be a crucial victory for him on what feels like a big, big week for the South African.
It does, all on the line for Dev at the moment. So, big result there for Steve West. He averages a ton to beat Madders Rasma. We all know Steve West has the game. It's just we've not seen enough of it. But could he start producing? Otherwise, he is in danger of a trip to Q School in January.
Indeed, he is another one on that periphery. Simon Whitlock is a player on the periphery of the match play. He sealed a 6-3 victory over Scott Waits. And Gabriel Clements is a 6-5 victor in that Noble against Ross Montgomery.
Yeah. And I feel sorry for the marker on board 5. If that was at the World Championship, that is what I'd call an afternoon fixture.
Afternoon session game 2.
Ryan Joyce, 6-4 winner over Jake Jones. Bradley Brooks doing an absolute number at the moment on Vincent van der Voort.
Yeah, 102.4 average, not too shabby.
No, Vincent not playing particularly well at the moment.
Just be looking over, not too much, but he'll be looking over his shoulder just a little bit, won't he, Vincent, at the minute, the way the form lines are going. Obviously, no danger in terms of tour card, but obviously he doesn't want to let this slide go on any longer, or for as long as it currently is.
Right, Meikle levelled up with Barney. That's 4 apiece. Meikle will fancy his chances from here. Good to see Boris Koltsov back playing on the Pro Tour today, getting underway on board 3.
Yeah, no, absolutely great to see Boris back. Obviously, we don't need to go into the details, but we all know, obviously, that the situation of the last couple of months. So it's just good to see Boris back and just Boris playing darts, and that's all that ultimately matters.
That's a good little game on board 2. Just got underway. 1-1 between Rafferty and Smith.
And again, 2 players that I think actually they're...
Go on, Henry.
I was just going to say, in that Smith-Rafferty game, that's probably 2 players whose style probably suit each other down to the ground.
Yeah. Absolutely. Callum Ridds is in front against William O'Connor now. Won the last 2. Vincent has a leg on the board, 3-1. And look, Bradley's a good player. But if you can apply a little bit of pressure, you know, these youngsters do crack every now and then. You can't buy experience.
Absolutely, and until you've been to the well a certain number of times, you don't actually know what you're going to do when you're put under that pressure. So, I mean, for a player his age, Bradley is quite experienced, but as you say, until you've had the amount of years that someone like a Vincent's had under his belt, you just craft out ways, don't you, in darts matches, even when you're not particularly playing well, just to find that W. Because at the end of the day, of course, everybody wants a great average, but 102 average is irrelevant if you're out of the tournament.
Jenks back on the Pro Tour. What a sight.
The Cosham Massive will be watching intently on how Rocky does.
Yeah. Also, some Ryan Meikle leads Barney, and that's a break of throw. Barney's going to have to win 2 on the spin, otherwise the young man will be through. And also, it's all gone south for Ross Smith. He won the first leg with a 9, and he's lost 4 on the bounce.
Just going back to Ryan Meikle, there's been signs for me this year that he's going in the right direction as a player.
Agreed.
I'm not quite sure where his ceiling is yet, but he's showing that he's definitely progressing as a PDC player, should be comfortable for his tour card. And then it's where can he go from there?
Look, I think he can go a long, long way. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at... No, I think if Dolan or Gurney would be unavailable for Ireland, I think it'd be Josh Rock that comes in. I think he's higher ranked than Rafferty at the moment because of what he's won this year. However, what an exciting team that is for the future. A potential Northern Ireland team in a few years' time of Rock and Rafferty.
That would be dangerous. To be fair, even in the southern side of Ireland, you've got Keane Barry coming through, and I know there's 1 or 2 other youngsters coming through the Irish system south of the border. You could have 2 really good Irish teams in the future.
Yeah. Barney levels up. We are going to the Noble.
Meanwhile, Martin Lookman's beaten Florian Hempel 6-2. Another interested party in the race for place in the match play. And he's beaten Florian Hempel by 6 legs to 2. That's not an easy thing to do. Florian, a very good player, as we've seen in the past. 97.5 average. Steady start to the day for Martin Lookman.
I think he's only a couple of grand away from making sure. I really do.
Yeah. And again, he's another one of those players where this midweek Pro Tour, because the big boys aren't here, he's someone that could do some real damage this week. Maybe not win it, but a couple of quarterfinals or last 16, that's probably job done in my eyes.
Again, chat room, absolutely superb so far today. Hendo is underway. Richie Bennett on board 1 is underway as well. It's all going off.
To answer your question, Jason, I was on the live league on Friday last week. Wouldn't mind a little go at the Euro Tour, but really enjoyed my day there. Really good team over at the live league, and hopefully you'll hear a little bit more of me there soon.
Ryan Meikle. What a time to find the maximum in a deciding leg against. Oh. Barney not on a finish. And Ryan Meikle tees up tops. Good board management from the young man. And Barney is on the brink of departing. But Barney finds a 140 just to leave him honest. Ryan Meikle, this is your moment. Can you take it? No is the answer. 3 match starts for Meikle have come and they have gone. Barney, 66 points. And he misses as well. He's come inside on the 18s. Meikle gets a second chance. And this time, the young man does not pass it up. Ryan Meikle defeats Raymond van Barneveld in a noble. And for what I'm about to do, it's purely for my own self-indulgence. And I'm not even going to apologise what game's going on the feature one. Yes, we are having a bit of Burnett.
Absolutely is self-indulgent.
Yes.
And he has lost. What a cruel game this
Burnett
has been.
Cam.
Game that really was, and James Richardson has been on both sides of
So
the coin.
whilst we have a Paul Nicholson interlude as Phil heads back onto the live league, we'll have a quick check of what's going on around the boards. John Henderson and Jason Lowe 1 apiece. Andy Jenkins 3-0 up on Jonathan Worsley, and Bradley Brooks has sealed victory against Vincent van der Voort. The talented youngster has knocked the experienced Dutch destroyer out of the competition in the first round. A 99.3 average for Bradley Brooks, and he is a 6-2 victor, as is William O'Connor. He's beating Callan Ridds by 6 legs to 4, so he is through to the next round. Elsewhere, we can see on the feature Luke Woodhouse and Richie Burnett tied at 1 apiece. Luke Woodhouse played brilliantly on the Euro Tour last week, 109 average in his first game, 1-1 in that, 101 and 104 average respectively. Christoph Kachuk 2-0 up on Kevin Burnett. Steve Haggerty 2-1 up on Jack Main. Meanwhile, Mike De Decker is 5-1 up on Boris Koltsov in his return to Pro Tour darts. 98 average there for the Belgian. We thought this would be a tight game. You really can't separate Jess Smith and Nathan Rafferty at the minute. 4 apiece the scoreline. The averages are pretty much identical. 96.38 for Smith, 96.53 for Rafferty. Damien Mole has beaten Steve Lennon by 6 legs to 3. That result coming through just now. 87 average for the Dutchman, 91 for Lennon. Gert de Vos is on the hill against Ross Smith, who started off the game with a 9-dart finish, averaging 101. His opponent on 88, but it is the Belgian who leads 5-4. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the screen, Mensur Suljevic and Adam Gavlas are going all the way to a deciding leg. 5-5 in that one, and warming up a couple of games. A Dutch derby between Luke Peters, Mike Kuyvenhoven. Karel Sedlacek is taking on Pete Burgoyne, who only got the call up to play in this event this morning, whilst Louis Williams, another talented young Welshman, takes on Ian White.
Laura says, feels like I've been watching Board 5 all morning.
There's always one game, isn't there, that holds up a board in the day. Brilliant comment from Sam Hill. Great to see Barry Bates last night. He's taken over the local in the little village I'm from in Wales. Nice to pinch the first leg off him despite losing 3-1. He's still got it.
Big fan. Big fan of champagne.
Great to see him still playing and enjoying the game ultimately as well.
Darren Webster underway. Jamie Clark again, the man that we saw a lot of in the live league, do well at Q School. Started the year well, but just dipped recently.
And it is an incredibly tough school, as we've mentioned, and one thing, as the year goes on, and you have to find, especially now we've got so many events, is to find that consistency. And for a first time tour card holder, someone who's back in the or new to the PDC ranks, it's very, very tough to find that. And I think you kind of have your little honeymoon period at the start, but it's kind of around now, May, June, July, when you've got a lot of important events to try and qualify for important events, where you actually find out you're kind of thrown a bit more in that PDC deep end.
Yeah. Ron Moolenkamp levels up with a Demolition Man. Rock versus Suits warming up. Two that know each other's game very, very well. Also, board 15 is warming up for you, Laura. Nathan Aspinall against the Joker.
That's just a little bit of mustard, that game.
Looking forward to that. And Ross Smith has gone through an emotional roller coaster in this game. Takes the first leg with a magical 9. Loses 4 on the spin. Wins 6-5.
And in another noble, Nathan Rafferty has got the job done. He has silenced the silencer, Jess Smith. Victor by 6 legs to 5. Good game, that 98.67 average for Rafferty. 96.94 for Smith. But it is the Northern Irishman, the young Northern Irishman, who gets his place into the second round of this Pro Tour Tuesday.
It is good stuff.
Again, we spoke a bit earlier on about games that are important for both players in the first round. And this one warming up on board 16 feels exactly the same. Gordon Mathers against Jermaine Watamina. Both players who could, this week, with some of the big names not in the field, could do with going on a bit of a run, really.
Yeah. Speaking of runs needed, John Henderson is in need of one. He leads 3-2, averaging 96. This is better from Hendo.
It's solid and consistent, and it will get you a lot of results, especially in this kind of Pro Tour format with the players that are in it. And we've mentioned Hendo needs some big results in Pro Tours, and the way this week is set up, it's set up for a player like John Henderson to get last 16s, to get quarterfinals, and possibly a little bit more of his games on it. So, yeah, this is the sort of week that Hendo will be looking at head on and thinking, this is where I'll make headway in my race to keep my tour card.
Oh, completely. Look, he's probably still going to have to go deep and make TV tournaments, but you have to start somewhere.
Indeed you do, and it's like that cycle of you do well on Pro Tour and then try and qualify for Euro Tour. You get into the Euro Tour and you try and do well there and hope that the money from there gets you into a TV event. That's the cycle that a player that wants to be a consistent player and around the top 32, which Hendo should be, that's the cycle you've got to keep chasing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is just a bit special from Louis Williams against Ian White. 109 average in leg 3. I've dialed in to leg 3 on Dart Connect. 84, ton 40, ton. Against the darts, 177 after 9. Ian White's on 107 after 12. But if you can get a 2 treble visit here, you'd make him favourite for the leg. But imagine, well, it's 65 lead 112. Imagine having 109 average compared to 91 and then going 2-1 down.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what an effort from Boris. He got it back to the Noble, but from 5-0 down to get it back, what an effort.
Speaks a lot about his character, and Louis Williams has nailed a 112 finish of his opponent on 60 to go 2-1 up against Ian White. But yeah, going back to Boris, I mean, it's always going to be difficult. First day today, obviously, again, well documented the last couple of months. And to be back on the Pro Tour is great to see. And I suppose this week, again, I suppose it's a bit of a free hit for him, really. Just kind of get yourself back into it, feel your way back into it, and then next time round, give it a right good go.
Yeah. So, Richie Burnett, 4-1 or 4-2 now. Luke Woodhouse has just taken that game. And Luke's a funny player. It's all or nothing. It's either the ridiculously sublime or it's just bang average.
Yeah, I can't remember when we spoke about this. I don't know whether this was on here or somewhere else, and we're talking about B games developing, and that's the crucial thing for a lot of players. And I feel Luke Woodhouse is one of them. His A game is ridiculously good, really good. 109 average on the Euro Tour, good. But sometimes when he's not playing to his best, he can sometimes be found wanting. He's the sort of player, if he can find himself a consistent B game, you'd say he's a top 32 player, no problem whatsoever. But it's finding that consistent level at the minute, and I know that he's trying to find that. He's working hard on it. He's been very vocal on social media about trying to do the right things. I know it's been a bit of a struggle for him at the minute, but if he can develop this B game that can kind of go alongside this magnificent A game that he's got, he's a player, as I say, I don't think there's no issues that he'd be knocking around those top 32 spaces.
Yeah. Christoph Kachuk has turned the game against Kevin Burness around. Jenks is one away. Jenks is back, the king of Cosham.
And he is the king of Cosham as well. I can add that.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing. We all take the mick and call it, but he literally is. Suits 2-0 up on Josh Rock. Josh Rock only averaging 77, so he can go back and develop.
The problem is we both know that we'll get a WhatsApp message from him in a minute. Biting.
Yeah. Richie Burnett has just been broken. Luke Woodhouse coming back into this game on our feature game, which, yes, I was selfish and did pick it purely for my own purposes. Just looking at the tour card race here.
Mm-hmm.
I might be wrong, but is Laban in a bit of danger? He doesn't seem to have done anything for a while. 49 should just be all right, but needs to do something.
Yeah, I think he should be okay, shouldn't he? But I mean, the one thing Darius will have is you know that he will, by one route or another, be at the World Championship this year. So that's gonna help him a heck of a lot.
One of those dodgy backdoor entries.
Your favourites.
Yeah.
The number one ranked Darius Labanauskas. Yeah, just having a look at that tour card race. Glenn Durrant keeps himself, as things stand, just above, and I mean by hundreds of pounds above the cut line. But the person who's directly below him is his best friend, Jim Williams.
Yeah. Matt says, did you see Luke Litter's averages at the weekend? Yep, they were stunning. Hazel, no, MVG's not playing today.
But interesting, just going back to that, some of the players outside with tour cards: Adam Hunt, Jason Lowe, Jeff Smith, Neil Zonneveld, Keegan Brown, Gordon Mathers, outside that 64 as things stand.
Yeah.
John Henderson's down in 83rd. Max Hopp is in 86th. Jeffrey Desvan is in 89th.
Yeah. Littler averaged, was it 109, 102, and what was the whopper?
121.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's get rid of this tit in the chat room.
That's no way of talking about Gob. Again, having another look up the top end, I tell you what, there could be a bit of a battle for that 8th spot in the rankings come the World Championship. Danny Noppert, Luke Humphreys, Ryan Searle, interested parties in that race for 8th spot. As things stand, they reckon it will be Danny Noppert who will get there.
Yeah. I still think there's a twist in all this because obviously there's no winner's money or anything on this yet, but I still stand by that. I think Michael wins at least two TV tournaments this year.
He's the consistent player at the minute, isn't he? Maybe not obviously the first few weeks of the Premier League, so maybe not the last couple in terms of victories, but he at a time where Peter Wright and Gerwyn Price aren't quite picking up the titles that we have seen from them over the last couple of years, Michael's just picking them up. The only thing I'll caveat is Peter Wright looks like a player that when it comes to the really big ones, World Match Play, World Championship big ones, he just seems to light up. But at the minute, I'm going to say it. Michael Van Gerwen is probably the best player in the world. I hate having this conversation in the middle of a Premier League campaign because it changes 5 or 6 times. It's something we should evaluate at the end of the match play or the World Championships. But at the minute, Van Gerwen is playing. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say he's playing the best darts at the minute because that's the get out clause in that line. But he is playing the best darts at the minute.
To me, the 1 and 2 in the world, again, rankings don't change because if you win the world top title, you are going to be world number 1 for at least a year, if not 2. But right now, MVG and Clayton are 1 and 2 in the world for me.
Then you could possibly argue James Wade would be number 3 at the minute.
I wouldn't argue that Wade's right up there. Agreed.
And then who'd you put 4 and 5? I'd probably still go Wright and Price, but in what order?
Yeah.
And then I'd put Noppert maybe in 6th.
On current form this year, it's hard. Well, actually, I'm going to go rogue here. Right now, I think Heta is above Wright and Price.
It's a bold shout, but it's got merits to it. I mean, we mentioned, on the Pro Tour, Heta's probably been, if you look, I haven't had a look at the averages on the Pro Tour this year, but I'd imagine all in all, he's probably the most, in terms of a line of consistency, he's probably on the straight and narrow.
I just think right now he is playing better darts than them. But like we say, the rankings will never change. That's why I like the golf and tennis rankings because they're fluent and forever changing because it's not tied up with money or points that last for 2 years. If you're not playing, you drop down the ranking.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, the 1 year ranking in tennis, and the other thing is that it doesn't matter whether it's Wimbledon or Australian Open, they pick what their, I'm going to open up this debate in on now, but they pick up what their big events are, and they're worth the same value on the point system, whereas obviously, because we're on a money-based system and the World Championship, and rightly so, it's the biggest money event, that's always going to have such a heavy bearing in terms of rankings. But tell you what, I've just seen a result there. Alan Suter 6, Josh Rock 0. Is he developed?
And then not now. He's not. He was at the weekend. Forget that. Go on, Richie. Like I said, purely for my own indulgence. Right. I know we're part of the way through this, but this is teeing up into a very good game. Who's got the highest ceiling, Bennett or Littler? I think they both got very good ceilings, if I'm being completely honest.
I don't like this game. I mean, they're 15 and 16, and I'm kind of one of those that it's great to talk about the hype of them, but I think also you've got to let them develop as a player. They're going to make mistakes on the line. They're going to do brilliant things on the line. I think you've just got to naturally let them develop without putting the sort of pressure you'd put on someone maybe 20, 21. I mean, they're still ultimately kids at the end of the day. Meanwhile, John Henderson has got a huge victory in the decider of his match.
right shoulder engaged.
Now Paul Nicholson's back in the room. Phil
Shoulders
Bars will
engaged.
now be engaged in the line. Is engaged. So I will run you through what else is happening across the board. So Christopher Ratajski and Cameron Menzies looked at 1 apiece. Michael Smith is 3-1 up on Ricardo Pietrescu. Nathan Aspinall and John O'Shea, you can see on the big screen, tied at 4 apiece. Gordon Mathers, we said this is a big day for both him and Jermaine Wattimena. He leads 4-3 in their tie on board 16. Mike Kyvenhoven leads Luke Peters by 5 legs to 3. Louis Williams and Ian White tied at 4 apiece. And Dan Webster and Ron Mullenkamp are going to a decider on board 4. Elsewhere, Dimitri Vandenberg takes on Sean Wilkinson. They're warming up now. Kevin Duetz and Damon Hetta just got underway on board 7. Max Hopp, the man who deposed of the number 1 seed Luke Humphreys today. He's warming up against Danny Van Tripp. Joe Cullen, the number 3 seed, perhaps the favourite for the title today. He takes on George Killington. Brendan Dolan takes on Robert Owen. Chris Dobie and James Wilson are warming up, as are Martin Schindler and Andrew Gilding. Mike Kyvenhoven has got the better of Luke Peters. He is a 6-3 victor on board 14 with an 87.26 average. And Ian White 5-4 up now on Louis Williams. Meanwhile, on the main board, have a look at that for a response for Nathan Aspinall from going 5-4 down against John O'Shea. Ton 40 start. O'Shea 80 and a ton. Meanwhile, Ian White's kicked off maximum against Louis Williams. Williams responds with a ton. Another ton 40 for Nathan Aspinall, which leaves him on 81 after 9. Potential 11 dart leg for the Asp, with the dart to take us to a decider. So O'Shea will get the chance to throw it out if this 81 goes for a potential 11 dart leg to send us all the way to a decider. 65 leaves him on 16, so he can go in 13. O'Shea not on a finish, so he'll definitely get a poke at this. But a 137 leaves him on 124. So there is pressure on this 16, and Nathan Aspinall busts it. So John O'Shea, 124 to win the match as Ron Mullenkamp beats down Webster 6-5. And the 124 goes, and John O'Shea has beaten Nathan Aspinall by 6 legs to 4. Aspinall looked as if he had that leg in his leisure, a fantastic scoring phase, but clutch finishing from the Joker. It's no laughing matter for him. He's through by 6 legs to 4.
Super stuff from the Joker. It was made a tidy start to life as a PDC Pro. Also, Rob says, have you had anything more from Corey Cadby? No, only what he put on social media.
And talking about big finishes to win a match, Ian White has taken out a 106 to depose of Louis Williams by 6 legs to 4. 90 average in the end for Diamond, 91 for Williams. That was up to 109, 110 for the Welshman in the early stages, but Ian White will not care one bit. He's through to the next round here on the Pro Tour, victor by 6 legs to 4.
Cameron Menzies is behind Ratajski.
I know you love a good debate, Phil. Rob the old mongoose says, put this one in. Do you think the winner of the seniors should get a wild card into the World Championship?
Not yet. Long term, potentially, but not right now.
I'm thinking perhaps maybe Grand Slam would be a better tournament maybe than the World Champs. Have we seen in the snooker that the winner of the World Seniors gets into the Champion of Champions, which is in effect
Yeah.
snooker's version of the Grand Slam, and I don't think they get a spot at the Crucible, do they? Or if they do, then they're probably having to play the first round of the qualifiers. I don't actually think they get into the World Championship in snooker. I could be wrong there. I mean, I've had this discussion that I think for the Grand Slam, the say the non-PDC tour card players should be Neil Duff Beaugrees, Robert Thornton, top 2 of the Challenge Tour, followed by the top 2 on the Women's Series, and then a wild card pick.
I just don't think the PDC trusts any of the other organisations enough yet to work with them.
I think, I think it'll be possibly a long-term thing, especially maybe with the WDF. And look, the way things handled at the end with the BDO, I can get why there's going to be some initial reluctance to a certain extent. But I think long-term, I think that would be a good system of bringing through those other players. Because I think people say, well, why haven't we got anyone from the development tour? Well, you're going to have 2 qualifiers via the World Youth Championship. So you've got 2 players effectively from that route anyway. But I think they have to sort out if someone's going to come through via Challenge Tour, Women's Series, or via the non-PDC methods for the Grand Slam, and that includes, WDF and wildcard picks and World Youth Championships, that it shouldn't go on the rankings. That's something I think needs to be ironed out.
Here's one though. In all honesty, do you think the PDC want to give places outside their own system though? Because whilst the BDO was falling on its arse and everything like that, they've developed all the other tours around their main one that arguably they don't need any other organisation anymore.
I think the issue with the Grand Slam is because they've started putting those places in, and they even kept Rain Warren and Makura Suzuki, and even after the BDO folded in 2020, do you think they've built a rod off their own back there, where even though they don't have to, it feels like they have to?
The fact that the last 2 years, or certainly last year, there was none, which was almost the start of the downfall, that they don't need anyone else. Mm-hmm. Because they've got their own amateur tour, so to speak, in the Challenge Tour. They've got their own youth tour. They've got a ladies' tour in brackets. They can pick everything internally now. They don't need any other organisation. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying they don't need to go elsewhere anymore.
I agree with that to a point, but I think the way the Grand Slam has always been, if it was a standalone different tournament and this was the qualification format, I don't think anybody argues with it. But I think because the way the Grand Slam has always been in the past, I think that's where it opens itself up for arguments.
I do, but again, the fact that it's now ranked, which again I don't agree with, by the way, but the fact
same here.
The fact it is now ranked, for me, you shouldn't be inviting people from other organisations in.
But then you could also argue by the same token, then if we're inviting 2 Challenge Tour players in who aren't full PDC members, then they're effectively taking the same ranking points off of PDC players, even though they're not a tour card holder. They came through a PDC system, but they're still taking PDC ranking money.
But they're still members to the PDPA as well.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
No, there's no right or wrong answer to this. It's just an interesting one.
I think we'll be having this debate for a long time to come. mean, it'd be interesting what they do. Do they stick it completely as last year, or do they make it'll be interesting to see what they do this year.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a tournament that needs to not re-establish their identity. That's probably a bit too harsh.
No, I agree.
The way
I think
it was always put together.
I think you were right first time round. For me, it has lost its identity.
Mm-hmm. Because you knew what it was. It was PDC players did well in events, and then what they'd do is they'd invite players over from the BDO.
Yeah, it was always the cross-road tournament. Where now it's not. But where it's ranked, I think you struggle to justify it now. And
the problem is, once you rank an event, you can't undo that, can you? That's the issue as well. So you can't.
No.
But one thing they can definitely do straight off is they are going to invite people via other routes that aren't via PDC major events. Again, we'll put what's a major in that bracket. Then they cannot pick up ranking money from it, I don't think. Well, they shouldn't be able to.
It's a mare. It's an interesting mare, but it's a mare.
It's the one tournament that probably out of all the TV events is the one that's probably got to be looked at the most. Because everything else is kind of set and works. Match play, Grand Prix, Players' Championship, Europeans, World Series. That's all set. I think that one may need a bit like the Premier League and World Cup, may need a bit of tweaking to kind of refine what it is.
Yeah. Philip says, just tune into the stream. Good afternoon, guys. Hope you are well, my friend. Nice to have you back in as always. So, Damon Heta may be in a spot of bother here. Kevin Dukes has broken the throw and leaves 88 off the 9 on our Beecher game. Heta needs to hit big here and hope Dukes can't take this out.
I was going to say, that was a quick update, Dark Connect.
Someone got excited on Dark Connect.
Either that or he's got a throw quicker than Ricky Evans.
Yeah. Someone's just gone rapid fire. How annoyed will Matt Campbell be? He played beautifully to beat Rob Cross. Now he's 4-0 down to Richie Edhouse, averaging 76.
Goes back to that C word, doesn't it? Consistency.
Yeah.
Mind you, that's not a bad response from Damon, is it? Kick off with a maxi. He's already hit one today.
Oh, boo!
That was preempting fate.
Boo! Board 4, prime time. Matty Edgar, 3-2 up on Reddick Sedansky. Yes, rhythm is a dancer. Hey!
Mind you, had a bit of Belinda Carlisle on Thursday where you were, weren't you?
Oh, who heaven is a place on earth? So that John Lundstrom song just goes round in my head now.
What was that like? Because I mean, I've got to be honest. I was flicking between the two Europa games on Thursday. What was the atmosphere like when the goals were going in at Ibrox?
There were more Celtic fans in than Rangers. So when Rangers went 1-up, we had a cheer. So obviously, right, Rangers have scored. When they went 2-0 up, right, Rangers have scored again. We had a huge cheer when it went 2-1, and then we had again another cheer. we obviously we didn't have a game on in there. We could work out what the score was by the reaction.
The DJ didn't think of playing "I'm Feeling It" then at the end of the night's play.
No, or simply the best.
Possibly for the best.
I'll never forget the poor time.
In tears.
I remember when Mensa played in Aberdeen. I think it was the Hendo walk-on night, the first one in the old arena, and obviously Mensa wasn't allowed simply the best in Glasgow, Aberdeen, or Belfast for obvious reasons. And the Sky Usual Sound guy had booked a week off or wasn't there, so they had a replacement standing guy. Obviously didn't get the note. Mensa standing at the top of his walk-on as simply the best belts on. Oh my God, we had booze and everything. Poor Mensa didn't know what the hell had just happened. No, oblivious to the song and what it meant in there and whatever, just people booing. And it's like, he was walking on thinking, what have I done? Looked absolutely shell-shocked.
And no one boos Mensa.
Yeah. Why wasn't I told?
You should have told me that when we were live.
I was shocked when he was allowed it in Dublin. Yeah, I was as well, to be fair. I knew the three that he wasn't allowed it was the two Scottish ones and Belfast. Like, again, don't get me wrong, for me, it was the best walk-on. But I'm still amazed that Sky allowed William O'Connor to walk on to Zombie.
Oh, yeah. Put it this way, it wouldn't have been allowed in Belfast.
I don't think it'd be allowed in Dublin again. I just think that they did it and didn't realise or...
But because it kind of went off, then it puts that discussion in play, doesn't it? Because the numbers it did was nuts.
Oh, it was unreal, and he still uses it on the Euro Tour.
Mind you can use anything on the Euro Tour.
Yeah, Chizzy's is horrendous on the Euro Tour. I do love the Euro Tour DJ though, dropping F-bombs at 1 PM.
Is it John Desmond by any chance?
I can't remember what it was. I had the Euro Tour in the background. I can't remember what I was doing, and then I was like, "Whoa, hang on a minute, we're not past the watershed."
Mind you, I can't talk about events that drop F-bombs at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We both know what we're talking about there.
Oh,
meanwhile,
some of the things that went on that week were hilariously funny.
Did enjoy my week at Lakeside. Hopefully be.
You didn't enjoy all of it though, did you? Let's be honest, you were glad when I went home.
Oh, I'll put it this way, I put a double in my vodka that night. It was good fun.
Oh, I had a lovely time.
Glad you did. Meanwhile, it's a good day for Matthew Edgar. He's a leg away for making it into the last 32. Now, he said in the past that he's just here to pinch some money out the pocket of some pro players when he plays in these Pro Tour events. Well, he might be pinching a fair few quid.
I tell you what, and if by magic he comes up, God, did someone say vodka?
I sometimes question my life choices. Meanwhile, back at the darts, it is a 6-3 victory from Matthew Edgar with a 91.93 average. He beats Radit Sagansky by 6 legs to 3. He's into the last 32. He's going to be pinching some more pounds out of pro players' pockets here in Wigan. He's a 6-3 victor. Also, looking as if he is on his way. Richie Edhouse, 5-2 up on Matt Campbell. And Chris Dobie now 1 away, 5-3 up on James Wilson.
To be fair, talking about walk-on songs and that, if I was ever good enough, which I'm not, however, if I ever got to the Worlds before Christmas, I would deliberately walk on to the Pogues, Fairy Tale, New York.
Didn't Peter Wright walk on to Slade once?
He did. He changed his one to a Christmas song once. I'll tell you what, right, speaking of, right, New York, because it's on my Darts Connect as well, right? Someone has to walk in to Hulk Hogan, I'm a Real American.
Mm-hmm.
And someone has to come into Fairy Tale in New York, surely.
Well, we know Leonard Gates is going to do the John Cena.
Yeah.
Which will go off in New York in the MSG. Who does Fairy Tale New York, though? I mean, we know Jules Van Dong will break the generator. That's been proven in the past of his walk-on.
He should be banned from that and just be told you're having this.
That was Richie Edhouse, 60 victor over Matt Campbell. That was that was, put it this way, in the production room at Lakeside, I knew about the players' walk-ons before the championship began, and Nico was talking about Dirk van Dijvenbode's walk-on, and at that point, straight onto YouTube, showed him that, and let's just say there were some interesting looks in that production room.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see, though, which one of the American players does best out in New York.
I'm really looking forward to it. And the John Cena walk-on will be amazing in New York. Yeah, 100%. The old... He's got to do that at the top of the walk-on, though. Give it the old...
And it's not as if you're going to be there, is it?
Am I thinking about this too much? Right? Instead of MVG's White Stripes, can we alter the Rock's walk-on music?
Now you really are thinking about it.
Am I overthinking this too much now?
Just a bit, because I think Michael Van Gerwen will do a few bits at the Garden.
Yeah, but if you smell what MVG's cooking's got a ring to it. All we could do, if you smell what MVG's cooking to the White Stripes. Now I'm mixing them all together.
Now we're having to hire a proper DJ. Joe Cullen, 6-3 victor in his match, but have a look at this for a leg. For Damon Heta on the decider, 180, 134, 95 on 92 after 9. Could do this with an 11 darter.
Yeah, 100%. Someone needs the Stone Cold walk-on with the glass smash into the da-na.
Don't know why Nico never thought of that back in the day. Well, Damon Heta's missed the match darts. It might be academic with Duets all the way back on 208. He will come back for 3 more at 88. Although there's going to be pressure on it because the Dutchman's hit a 140. So 8 for Damon Heta to see himself into the last 32 and to survive an almighty scare. Gets it first dart in hand. 16 points of the 16th dart. And Damon Heta, the heat is through. But my word, was he sweating towards the end. He beats Kevin Doet by 6 legs to 5.
See, look, we've got everyone thinking about walk-ons now. We need to make the Royal Number of darts. Yeah, look, Jose de Souza is out, averaging 104, loses to Stephen Burton, averaging 91. I love darts.
The Portuguese manner scores. I'm just thinking, what on earth is Peter Wright going to wear in New York?
He's going to walk on with a great big Statue of Liberty on his head. Too much?
To be honest, does Peter Wright have too much in the painting and trouser department?
It's been a while since we've had Steve West as a feature before. See, everyone's loving the mashup idea.
Gowan Price is looking for a new walk-on tune. Think his character would be perfect for Stone Cold's walk-on, says Jimmy Gregory.
Yeah.
Right, I don't know. It's not going to be like that American Grand Prix at the weekend, is it? Where it's going to be like they're going to have a police escort to the trophy ceremony and they're going to sing the national anthem before the first match, is it?
Pass. But obviously, with all this wrestling talk, Gob's going to be sat at home working on his desk, absolutely smashing his head against the screen because he hates the wrestling comparisons, where I absolutely freaking love them.
Can we get Paul Nicholson on a Skype call via the Live League right now?
James says, surely the stars and stripes on Wright's trousers. Yeah, I think we'll have a very American feel to it. A bit like Tyson Fury when he fought Wilder the second time, literally walked in as Mr. America.
Why don't we get Don McLean to do the opening ceremony?
Dobie has John beaten by James Wilson in a last leg decider. James, my brother's going to NYC for the darts. He lives there. Nice. I'm flying over on the Monday. Can't wait.
And Gob has bitten back. That's because I don't have the mental age of a 3-year-old.
I knew it wouldn't take long to get him hooked.
To be fair, we might be 3 years old. He's 2 years old, but well, Shindy is in to a noble against Andrew Gilding, 5-5 on board 8. Ricky Evans, Mike DeDecker is into a noble. Dave Chisnell's through against Joe Mernon by 6 legs to 3. And a load of games at the top of the screen warming up. Mervyn King, Jamie Clark, Bradley Brooks, Pete Burgoyne, Ryan Joyce, John Henderson, and Adam Gavlas against Alan Suter. Not Suter. So whilst Phil is on live league duties, I'm going to delve into Shindy up against Gilding in the last leg. Well, Gilding 140 ton start. It was Schindler had the throw 44 and 125 beginning to that leg. And Ricky Evans has got the better of Mike DeDecker in their Noble. 6-5 then. Rapid goes through against the Belgian. Well, back here. 60 points for Schindler, puts him on 272. It's Schindler with the darts, but it's Gilding who's first to a finish. Ton leads on 161 after 9. So Schindler here needs a big visit. At least 2 trebles. And that's to give him half a chance. A 140 would leave him on the champagne shot from 272. A 105 leaves him on 167. So Gilding first poke from 161 for the match. Treble 20, treble 17 for the bull. Is he taking it? We wait for the screen. Give us a magical answer. No, he doesn't. 93 leaves 68. So Martin Schindler wants 167 and a finish that might have to go. With his opponent sat on 68 for the match himself. But only hits 25. So he couldn't even mop up. So Andrew Gilding has 68 for the match. And only hits 28, 40 left. He might come back with Schindler all the way back on 142.
Philip, yeah, Dobie, that's the story of Dobie's season. He finds a way to lose games that he shouldn't.
Schindler has missed a dart for it, I think. Gilding wants tops. Gilding gets tops, and his golden year continues. He's into the last 32 here at Players Championship 14. Dumps out Martin Schindler in the last leg. 94 average for the match. He is into the next round. He's had a fantastic year as a reserve call-up to the Pro Tour. He's into the next round. The last 32. Victor 6-5 over Schindler.
Shindiggity.
Not anymore today. And we will not see Andy Bolton anymore today. John Michaels in the last 32. Victor 6-4. It's beginning to hot up. Meanwhile, another player, associate player who could see himself into the last 32 is Robert Owen, who we saw last week at the live league. He's 5-4 up on Brendan Dolan, averaging 81.11. Bradley Brooks goes 2-1 up on Pete Burgoyne. Ryan Meikle 1 up on Ian White. And Robert Owen gets the job done against Brendan Dolan. He is a 6-4 victor. And the associate tour member is into the last 32 here at Players Championship 14 in Wigan. Robert Owen, congratulations go to you, knocking out Brendan Dolan 6-4. On Moolenkamp, 3 up on Martin Lookman, who we think could get his match play place this week with a couple of good performances. Adam Gavlas 2 up on Alan Suter. Ryan Joyce 2 up on John Henderson. Ryan Meikle and White 1-1. Darryl Gurney, Nathan Rafferty. That could be a future World Cup pairing, them two. They get underway on board 2. Simon Whitlock, Richie Burnett getting underway. That could be tasty on the Burnett cam.
Big fan.
Right, so we let Phil finish off his Live league proceedings. Let's have a quick check on the feature game. It's Jack Main up against Steve West. 96 Main wants to make it 4-4, but he can't. So Steve West comes back for 110 to hold throw and to lead 5-3, which means Jack Main would have to hold in the next to stay in the match. Doesn't go, so Jack Main is back for double 10 for that break back and for 4-4 and to make it a best of 3 here in the feature game. Gets its second dart in hand, so 4-4 on our feature game between Steve West and Jack Main. A couple of good games warming up. Ricky Evans and Michael Smith perhaps being the most notable of which as we begin the last 32. William O'Connor and Mike Kyvenhoven and Kim Hybrecht and Jose Justicia also warming up. Those games, though, are in the second round, last 64.
Right. I think just about there for the live league for the day, which is all good. Another good session.
Good group this week, I think.
Yeah. Remember, everyone, if you haven't yet, drop us a like. Massively appreciate it, and subscribe. We've got a super giveaway when we get to 25k subs. We are etching ever closer. How are we doing, Tugboat? Hope you are good. Lee Evans, I think he lost opening round to Robert Owen, if my memory serves me correct. Can Rusty Jake make the World Cup for Austria? I don't think so. No. Menzel Sulovic is an absolute mile in front. Does a lost opening round, Tugboat? So, this sums up Alan Suter's year since the World Championship. Played brilliantly to beat Josh Rock. Now he's 4-0 down to Gaudas, averaging 75.
And in fairness to Gavlas, he's been playing at that level in both games so far.
Yeah. It will be Noppert with MVG. Ashley? His UK Open win pretty much guaranteed that when you pick up a cool 100k or whatever it was.
Who do you think's favourite for that World Cup? I suppose people will say Wales, won't they, naturally?
If it is Gerwyn Price and Johnny Clayton, Wales would be huge favourites. And I say if it's them because some of the pairings that we've seen over the last couple of years, until I see the players at the venue playing, I don't count. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It feels like the sort of year that, and obviously we don't know how the seedings will work out either for the World Cup. It's the sort of year that, a bit like, do you remember a few years ago when Finland made the semi-finals? It feels like the type of year that maybe someone, and I mean France possibly may be the one with Thibaut and his partner, that could just go under the radar and just sneak a few victories and go really, really deep.
This would be a bit of a bitter pill to swallow here for Steve West. He was in control for a lot of this game. Ryan Joyce 4-2 up on Hendo. And Suits is staring down the barrel of a bagel.
Well, we said today might be a bit of a free hit for Pete Burgoyne because he only got the call out this morning. Well, he's currently 4-3 up on Bradley Brooks in his second game. Could get himself through to the last 32, but I'm going to pause there because there's a result in the feature game.
Here's Jack Main is over the line against Steve West. Again, Jack Main, just something not quite there in his game at the moment. I know he's won this one, but there's just something missing. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just not there for him at the moment.
He's a good player, but he just needs to find that missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And it's like you don't know what piece it is, but once you find it, you're going to be a completely different player and a better player.
Yeah. Richie Burnett, 3-1 up on Simon Whitlock. Someone said, where was it? The American pairing for the World Cup should be Danny Baggish and Jules Van Dongen. However, there's an argument that their best player doesn't have a tour card. That's interesting, James. He says, as it currently stands, Wales seeded 2 for the World Cup, England 1. England have the much easier side of the draw. Holland, Wales, Scotland, all in the bottom half. Ouch.
Oof. Ouch, indeed. Look, if you're an unseeded country, you know where you want to be. Avoid England in the top half.
Yeah.
I suppose that'd make Netherlands 4, though, wouldn't they? Number 4 seed? You would have thought it'd be, you would have thought England first because you got Wade and Smith 4 and 5. Then you got Price 2, Clayton 6th, 7th. And then, obviously, then you got Van Gerwen in 4, and then Noppert, who is, I can have a look on Darts rankings right now where they are. Noppert, who's 12th. And then probably Aussies would be the 5th seeds, Hetto and Whitlock, being quite close together in the rankings. And most of them being either Dutch or whatever. Then probably the Belgians 6th with Huybrechts and Dimitri. So, yes, it's an easier side of the draw, but it's not a totally easy one because if Hetto and Whitlock click as a team, they could be dangerous.
Oh, it could be, absolutely. Humphreys for England this year, not this year. Hendo up against it. He's averaging 95 again, though. He's playing better, which is good. Peter Burgoyne's just being Bradley Brooks 6'3", and also Devon Peterson is having a bit of a mare on board 8, Henry.
Yes, indeed, he would. I would if my mouse has decided not to play up and is scrolling my screen straight to the bottom. Devon Peterson. I mean, we said today was going to be a big day for him, and that hasn't really happened, has it? In that game against Christoph Kachuk, 70 averages at this level, unfortunately, isn't going to cut the mustard.
Yeah. Hendo has one back, needs to find it. John O'Shea is playing exceptionally well today. 3-0 up, averaging 98 again. The Joker is on the move.
And good to see as well.
It will be Roby John with Mensah.
Just incidentally, Phil, I've just had a quick look at the World Match Play race. And could the non-tour card holder, Andrew Gilding, be in the race? He's on £24,000, is in 20th place, is still in the tournament, and is only £3,500 off of Keane Barry, who occupies the last place.
He's in the race, 100%. He's got a tour. Didn't he win his tour card back?
Did he?
Yeah, I'm sure he won his tour card back at Q School.
Might have done, yeah.
But he's certainly in the mix, regardless of whether he's got a tour card or not. How long until it's going to be RJR and RJR for Austria? It depends on Mensah or Sulevic. He's obviously defending a lot of money, but he's still a long way in front.
And Mensah always gets enough results, doesn't he, to keep himself where he needs to be in the rankings.
Yeah.
He always seems to qualify for events. Always.
Just does enough and...
This is the race for the match play at the minute. It's so obviously the top 16, which sells at the bottom of that list with Van Dyvenbode over Tysky Chisnell in 13th. And then the 16 Pro Tour Merit qualifiers are Luke Humphreys, Damon Heta, Nathan Aspinall, Martin Schindler, Darrell Gurney, Callan Ridds, Kim Hybrecht, Stephen Bunting, Gabriel Clements, Brendan Dolan. It'd be a debut for Madars Razma. Martin Luckman's in a very strong position, as is Chris Dobie. And then 14, 15, 16 is Adrian Lewis, Ricky Evans, and Keane Barry. On the periphery of the chasing pack is Mensah Suljevic, Ross Smith, Simon Whitlock, Andrew Gilding. And we're probably going to go as far down as possibly Vincent van der Voort, Jim Williams, Mervyn King, and Danny Jansen.
Yeah, at the moment, Keane Barry's the one I worry about because he's just hit a brick wall of late. Adrian Lewis as well.
You just don't know what AD's turning up from one week to the next.
No. Did Dobes do the double yesterday? I know he qualified for Zwolle. Did he? So I'm just looking now. 9. Did he qualify for Trier, however you pronounce it? He did. So that's huge for Dobes qualifying for both Euro Tours in the race for the match play.
And the fact is as well, because he's an unseeded player, no matter what, the ranking money is going to be on the board.
Colin, early July, there's a block of 4 Pro Tours. I think it's 4. That is the cut-off for the match play.
And it is an exit for John Henderson. He has been defeated by Ryan Joyce by 6 legs to 5. The Hendo is out in the second round.
The cruelest way as well. He's missed the dart at tops for the match. Ryan Joyce pins a 104. Ouch. That hurts. It's a little bit fruity.
That stings.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that will sting as well for Kim Hybrecht because he was sat, I think it was on 32 for the match, and Justicia has just taken out a 103, excuse me, in the feature game. Well, Smith has edged his way back in front against Gordon Mathers. He's 4-3 up there. Darrell Gurney, a leg away from victory against Nathan Rafferty. 5-4 there. Richie Burnett, a leg away.
Stop Darrell Gurney. Richie Burnett wants 118 points to beat Simon Whitlock. Has he got his number? 58 to leave 60. Whitlock not on a finish. Burnett should get 2 match starts. Oh, Richie. You watch, this 96 from Whitlock will go. you can just see it a mile off into Whitlock. Now has the darts for 5 apiece.
Oh my word, Kim Hybrechts has hit a 1-2-1 to beat Jose Justicia by 6 legs to 3 in the featured match of a 99 match average. The Hurricane is blowing hot and he is through to the last 32. Meanwhile, whilst we were looking at that Whitlock-Burnett game and that all-Irish dust-up, Darryl Gurney has got over the line against Nathan Rafferty by 6 legs to 4.
Juanita, that's off of the players we think are going to play, but there may be a surprise or two. So until I see the teams, I'm not gonna. I just think with that little block of schedule of travelling, that someone may swerve it.
I mean, June is a ridiculous month. I mean, we were talking about it a couple of days ago, weren't we? Just how ridiculous. So at the start of the month, you've got for the Premier League players anyway, you've got World Series in New York. Then you've got a block of then you've got the Premier League finals block of Copenhagen, yes, as well. So the week after, then you've got Premier League finals night, then a block of Pro Tour events, then the World Cup, then you've got a couple of days off for another block of events, and then you've got Amsterdam Women's Series, and then I think is there either Euro Tour or Pro Tour last weekend? We'll break off for that.
Richie Burnett is in to the last 32. A 6-4 win over Simon Whitlock, 93 average, tidy enough from the Prince of Wales.
And so, too, Christoph Kachuk is through 6-2 against Devon Peterson. 84.65 for the African Warrior, 87.53 for Kachuk. Not a classic, but the poll won't care. He is through to the third round here in Wigan.
Super stuff. Someone asked what happened to the Michael Smith game. I don't know. The iPad may have had a wobble, or Jason, I don't know of any of the players, but it's saying until I see them all there, it wouldn't surprise me if some of them don't. Ross Smith over the line. Right, it's warming up. We'll have a bit of Matthew Edgar against Lukeman on this feature game next.
It's Edgar time. By the way, thank you, Tugboat, for your lovely comment. Appreciate that. Tell you what, that would be a tough bottom half if Wikipedia, if that is right though in the seedings. Wales, Holland, Northern Ireland, Scotland in the same half. Of course, a lot can change, but if that is the case, how tough that will be. John O'Shea, he is through 6-3.
Interesting. Merv King has taken the opener against Damon Hester on board 7. So it's opening up at the moment. You just feel that something is going to happen.
Call me a cynic here, Phil, but how much do you reckon Tom Brady's getting paid here to become the lead analyst for Fox Sports' NFL coverage?
An absolute truckload of cash.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Put it this way, you wouldn't mind the numbers he'll be on.
No.
That's when he retires, which will probably be at the end of this year now.
Yeah. Now he's got that in the back pocket sooner rather than we thought.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I've always loved Fox.
Well, we've got a noble here between Mike Kyvenhoven and William O'Connor. Kyvenhoven wants tops to hold in the final leg. O'Connor is placed back on 25. But Kyvenhoven hits it first dart in hand. So he is through to the last 32. 6-5 victor with a 90 match average. He has beaten William O'Connor in the decider.
Here we go. Edgar in a good position here to take the opening leg as well. James says, huge game for Merv here as well. Sees off Hetter. He's got a lovely run to the semi-finals to get close to Blackpool. Absolutely. What's your thoughts on Kazoo sponsoring nearly everything now? I think it's dangerous to have all your eggs in one basket. Look, the Matchroom guys are some of the very best in the business and that they'll know much better than me, but I just find it dangerous that if Kazoo were to pull their sponsorship or not renew, you've then got to find sponsorship deals for a lot of tournaments instead of one. And that, so look, I get it, but I'm just not a fan.
I think the only three that aren't Kazoo sponsored now is the Betfred World Match Play, Boyle Sports World Grand Prix, and the Jacks Casino World Series of Darts Finals. If that's correct.
Correct. But one of them is up this year, this is the last year of the Betfred World Match Play.
Yeah. And we've already seen with the snooker that's gone to Kazoo.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, putting 2 and 2 together.
I mean, we knew when they announced last year that they were going to put in the 4 events, and they had a couple on ITV and a couple on Sky. I think we knew from that point, if that went well, we were going to see mega money being thrown at it from them.
Well,
I was the same in the snooker.
At the World Championships, we were speaking to the guys from Hills because we know them quite well, and they were told basically, look, Kazoo have offered this. Can you match it? If not, see you later. And the guys from Hills told us it was over 3 times the amount that Hills paid the new Kazoo offer.
You go to the highest bidder, don't you, at the end of the day?
Yeah. They've got the Darts World James. That's the problem, Rose. I get all the stigma around betting companies sponsoring events, but unfortunately, unless you're a blue chip company, you haven't got the resources and the marketing budgets that the bookies and the gambling companies have got. Unless you're one of those big
and also you've got to look at demographics, and some people may not like what I'm about to say, but bookies and darts as a demographic and as a market, they work hand in glove.
Yeah.
Don't know whatever happened. I know they did a deal with Manscaped, didn't they, to be the second sponsor for the match play. I've not seen anything from them following that initial tournament. Okay, we haven't really looked at too much. Krzysztof Ratajski, 4-1 up on Jack Main. Ratajski quietly making progress through today. Could be he is halfway through towards the last 16. And that'd be some good prize money for him. He needs to get some bits on the board as the Polish Eagle.
Yeah.
Going back to that conversation, do you wonder whether in 3 years' time, I know Cincha started out with the cricket and with the Scottish football, whether they then maybe come back at Kazoo and see if they can bump their price up for sponsorship of sporting events?
Possibly.
Although a purple World Championship stage would be what they call interesting.
Yeah. James, Sam, I may be wrong, but the guy that owned Zoopla or had a big part in Zoopla? Isn't he something to do with Kazoo as well?
That'd be another awful purple stage.
I'd rather the purple than that horrible manky greeny colour.
True. Sponsored West Brom for a few years, didn't they, Zoopla, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, I did.
Or someone in the Premiership.
Yeah, I'm sure it was West Brom. Ratajski is one away as Martin Lukeman also levels up with Matthew Edgar, 2 apiece now. Again, welcome along everyone in the stream. Come and say hi. If you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe to the channel.
I'd agree with you, James, to a certain extent. I suppose it would be for the singular event, but the fact that they're in effect sponsoring near enough every tournament, especially in the snooker, I don't think there's actually a tournament apart from the home nations that isn't sponsored by Kazoo. When that adds up, you're probably looking at comparative levels to sponsoring some of those other blue chip events that you mentioned there. Probably singularly, it probably is a drop in the ocean, but when it all adds up, you're talking about a huge, huge investment and a huge risk as well.
Yeah.
And Ratajski is into the last 16. He beats Jack Main by 6 legs to 1. Quite comfortable in the end for the Polish Eagle. 93.72 average. Damon Heta will probably join him shortly. 5-1 up on Mervyn King, averaging 93.93, was elsewhere, with the exception of Sean Wilkes being 4-2 up on Pete Burgoyne. Every game is kind of either in its infancy or midway through. We don't quite know who's going to win the others yet.
Yeah. Michael Smith, 4-1 up, averaging 108. Ricky Evans, Joe Cullen, 2-1 up on Ryan Joyce. Ryan Meikle, again, having a very tidy day so far. He's 3-1 up on Stephen Burton. Who wins from here then, guys, in the chat room? Get involved. Oliver says Michael Smith is playing well. Oh, how I'd love for the darting gods to let Richie Burnett win a Pro Tour.
Scenes on the stream. In fairness, Marco, it says it's a lazy Tuesday in the comment section. Probably a lot of people are watching at work and have got an earphone in somewhere or something like that.
Yeah. Lewis was knocked out in the first round, James. Not a good day for Jackpot.
Damon Heta has sealed victory against... Go on, Phil.
No, I was about to say, someone asked, can Lewis make it to the match play? He's in 14th at the moment, but he's no way guaranteed right now.
Absolutely not. Damon Heta probably is a guarantee for the match play. He is through 6-2 up against Mervyn King. So he's into the last 16. Joe Cullen 3-2 up on Ryan Joyce, and Dave Chisnell leg away from victory against Gabriel Clements. He leads by 5 legs to 1. Elsewhere, shout out to Robert Owen, associate member qualifier for this event. He's into the last 32. It's 3-0 down to Kim Hybrich, but for anyone who is an associate tour member to get through to the last 32, same as Pete Burgoyne, who's 4-4 with Sean Wilkinson to get this far. Stephen Burton as well. Funny connection. They've all been in the live league. To get this far in an event, a Pro Tour event, is a superb achievement.
Yeah. I tell you what, Ryan Meikle may be playing his way into match play contention here.
Tell me more.
Well, right now he's 33. If he wins this one, puts him to 19 grand. If he can get to if he can get to a semi-final today, puts him to 21. That puts him within striking distance. Because he qualified for a Euro Tour yesterday. He qualified for one of the Euro Tours as well. Look, it's not a guarantee or anything like that, but he's just playing his way into contention. If he could get to a final or win it, he's banging contention. But
well, if he wins it, he's in the race.
Yeah. He's just doing bits right now.
Beware the quiet assassin at the back of the room, like a snake that's slowly slithering its way.
Yeah, just doing enough right now. Just meandering up the rankings.
Doing the right things at the right time, as someone famously said.
Who was that? I can't remember.
Some guy in
Anyone we
or
know?
something like that.
On that, Danny says,
you might know a bit better than me.
Danny says, is MVG back to his best? I wouldn't say he was at his very best yet, but he is approaching that. The 105, 106 averages are becoming more frequent. We saw the Whopper 114 or whatever it was at the weekend. Those averages are becoming more and more. Look, he's still not there yet, but but everyone else is allowing him to play his way back into form, which is a worrying thing.
Indeed, it is.
Speaking of form, Martin Lukeman's going absolutely berserk here.
And to be fair, talking about players that could do bits in the match play race, if Martin Lukeman, say, gets to the final on 41,750,
he's there.
Count
Done.
him in.
Done. Romeo, done.
2 times 10 plus 1.
Equals Romeo, done. James, Lewis just needs to win games, mate. Otherwise, he's going to drop off and drop out of that ranking. Andrew, Louis Williams didn't have a great day today either. sorry everyone, but I'm going to have to do this again because his game is only just young, in infancy.
Welcome to the Richie Burnett fan stream here at Online Darts.
Well, we don't get him in the live league anymore, so we've got to make the most of it when he does well on the Pro Tour. He makes it 2-all. Go on, Richie boy. Whatever happened to Wes Newton, his action was never built to last. And when it breaks down, it broke down in the biggest way, and the rest is history. It's a long way back.
However, showed signs at the weekend.
Yeah, he did. But as I was saying, that fundamentally, sports like darts, golf, cricket, snooker as well, your technique has to be good. Otherwise, you will get found out. Fundamentally, you have to be solid. Otherwise, yes, when the technique's on, you can do special things. But fundamentally, you'll get found out if your technique isn't good.
And it's no surprise when you see the players that have been there and done it for how many years. Steve Beaton, silky throw. Wolfie, silky throw. Barney, silky throw.
Yeah.
I mean, you could possibly say the argument that one player wasn't quite as silky but was success over a long period was Phil. But it was the same competitive action he was comfortable with.
I was going to say, even though he brought it across his face a little because he was left eye dominant, the actual action was solid. There was no wrist movement. It was there. It was set back, and it went forward. So, although I agree that it did come across his face because of his eye dominance, the action was still solid as a rock.
Mm-hmm. You knew muscle memory wise.
Yeah, I could completely. Well, we've seen some players come in blitz. Well, Rob Cross is a good example of this. When his action is on, it is on, and we saw that when he won stuff. But with that action and that release point and the way the dart sits, when it's off, it's very off.
Yeah.
Sam says, "Thank you, Phil. Online Darts received my WWF World Championship program. Our pleasure, mate." Philip says, "Do you think that Ross Smith could play himself into the match play?" Where is Smudger? 100%. Right now, Philip, Ross Smith is in the match play. He's in the race completely. Yeah. James Edgar amazingly had Newton in the top 5 ever not to win a PDC major. Yeah, not for me. Any news on Cadby? No, only the message that we saw on social the other day that he wants to come back and play, which, if he can get back to some sort of level, would be outstanding.
Completely agree. Let's just quickly mark the card then of what we have seen. And these are the results then from the last 32. Michael Smith, 6-3 victor over Ricky Evans. Martin Luckman has defeated Matthew Edgar, friend of the show, 6-3. Damon Hetta through 6-2 against Mervyn King. Ryan Meikle beat Stephen Burton by the same score. Another associate member playing in the event. Dave Chisnell, 6-1 over Gabriel Clements. Pete Burgoyne, another one of those associate members. He's out, unfortunately, 6-4 against Sean Wilkinson. Christopher Tysky beat Jack Main 6-1. Joe Cullen beat Ryan Joyce 6-3. John O'Shea sent a contention for glory 6-3 victory over Damian Moll. And Ross Smith beat John Michaels 6-0. And James Wilson will join them in the last 16. Darryl Gurney has been eliminated 6-2. 101.73 average there as well for Lethal Biscuit.
Stop it. He's always been the jammy dodger. None of this Matt Ward Lethal Biscuit malarkey.
I don't want to be sued by a certain biscuit company. I'm surprised he never went full a la Steve Hine through jamming Dodgers onto the stage.
Oh, that'd have been class.
Wouldn't have helped
Danny,
the
do you
Royals.
think will win a big TV title this year? Yeah, I do. I think he'll win. I think he'll win at least 2.
I think the ITV one's playing to his hands nicely. As for the match playing that, I think the big boys do tend to get their games together for them big ones. So I think it'd be interesting to see how that works out, maybe over a longer format.
Yeah. Afternoon, gents. How's Joe Murner and Ross Smith doing? Both good friends of mine, but not been able to keep up. Ross Smith is having a very good day. He is into the last 16. Yeah, just beating John Michael 6-0 with a 101 average. I don't think Joe Mernon had the best of days. Don't remember seeing him. Let's go to this one, it's easier. Joe Mernon, he beat Brian Roman in the opener and then lost to Chizzy 6-3. Max Hopp just doing enough at the moment to keep Burnett at bay. On throw, Hopp leads 4-3. And board 6, though, Hybrex is over the line.
Yeah, good day for Robert Owen to get to the last 32, but that is where the run will end for the Welshman, the defending champion, remember, in the live league.
Yeah. No, Robert, none of the big boys were in today. They've all had some time off. Peter's not playing today. Alistair, the only Premier League players to play today was Michael Smith and Joe Cullen. Anyone else in the Premier League has not featured.
And we won't see Joe tomorrow.
No, Joe's having tomorrow off. James, so the Wild Match Play is made up of the top 16 on the order of merit and then the top 16 on the Pro Tour order of merit. I'll drop a link in the comments in the chat room now. This is the race for the match play as it stands. No, Danny, only Michael Smith is in tomorrow from the Premier League bunch.
By the way, I've just had a little look because I just had a little wonder of the World Grand Prix race. Scott Williams is in with a shout.
Yeah.
17.5 grand, and the cut off at the minute is Jim Williams on 23. If he gets enough call-ups and does as well as he has done, and he's qualified for Euro Tours, he could get in.
To be fair, I think he's pretty much in everything now anyway. Because the Pro Tours are never going to be full. They never are. There'll always be gaps.
He's literally he's literally having the best life at the minute. He can play in every PDC event whilst not being a tour card holder. So he has the luxury of picking up whatever money he wants to at whatever event he wants to.
Said this for a while. From 64 down in the rankings, right now, in my opinion, you are better off not having a tour card.
Yeah. If you're not picking up money, then yeah. I say he can go to whatever event he wants to. He's not tied up by contracts. He'll obviously play at the live league. If he wants to dabble into WDF events on a weekend off, he can do, and he has done that at the Isle of Man. It'll be funny, yes, to win one of them, and he's at Lakeside. Then,
yeah,
if he wants to then dip into whatever he wants to. Say he's got the luxury of dipping into whatever he wants to do. If he wants to say, I want to play at this event or I want to play at that event, there's nothing contractual. It's telling him no.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to be.
Chisnall, Ryan Meikle will be the next game on Streamboard 1. Got them lined up now. Where do you think Ross Smith has to get to qualify for the match play? Look, there's still 9 events after today to get there. So at the moment, Ross is playing himself into a great position. He's 18th at the moment, so he's going to be there or thereabouts. How far do you think Heta can go in the sport? I think right now, I think he can be a top 10 player. Do I think right now he could win a week-long tournament? I'm not sure, but I think he could win one of the weekend ones.
I'd be surprised if he isn't a major champion come the end of his career. What kind of tournament, I don't know, but I'd be surprised.
That's what I think. Those week-long tournaments are incredibly tough to win. But could he win the Players' Championship finals, the European Championships, something along those lines? Yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing as well, these week-long majors are a different game, and it takes sometimes some players a few years to kind of develop to play in them. So,
yeah,
so you never know. He's a steady enough player to be around for long enough to develop that sort of game.
Yeah.
So we're just rounding off the last 32 then with Andrew Gilding and Christoph Kachuk. Gilding leads 5-4. Kachuk has the higher average, mind. As we delve and dial in, Gilding wants 32 for the match. He's sat on it, but Kachuk right now wants Shanghai on the 20s, 120. He takes this, it'd be for a break of throw and take us to the last leg. He doesn't. 56 leaves 64. So Gilding is back for double 16 to seal the match and for a place in the last 16, the final spot in the last 16 on double 16. But all three miss on the outside, so Kachuk will come back for 64 to make it 5-all. splits in half. So both players on double 16 in this leg. But for Andrew Gilding, it's for the match. And gets its second dart in hand. So Gilding is through to the last 16. Beats Krzysztof Kachuk by 6 legs to 4. 90 average in the end. His opponent actually had an average 4 points higher. But it is Goldfinger who's into the last 16. He is a 6-4 winner.
Yeah, Ross did hit a 9 darter earlier. Robert says, is it not officially harder to win a weekend tournament? But I get what you're saying, but on a Sunday, if it's your day and you just play well the whole day, it's easier than game one day, then resetting, coming the next, resetting, coming the next. We've seen it so many times that players have just got in that groove on a final day and go and win the tournament. As I said, do you guys play yourself? I used to play to a half decent level. Now I'm just a not very good pub player. You used to be all right, but it's one of those sports that you have to play loads to stay any good at it.
Yeah. I stink the local out every now and then, and that's as good as my level gets. I'm the best left-handed player, but that's because I'm the only one.
Yeah, I'd say you used to play to a good level, best 11 dart leg, and hit the magical fish before in a game.
That's
it was
how
quite funny.
Into these jobs, isn't it?
It was quite funny. I remember the first time I hit the 170 finish, I'd missed it a couple of times. And a couple of times on the ball, when the dart leaves your fingers, you know if it's got a chance or not. And a couple of times it had left the fingers and it had felt good, really good, and clipped the ball wire and stuff like that. The time I hit it, it left my hand and felt horrific and went in.
It's always the way.
Yeah.
So the old Eddie Hearn one. How do you fluke that one?
Yeah, I was. When it left my hand, I almost tried to do a chizzy. It felt that bad. I tried to catch it again and stop it.
Yeah. But you're glad you didn't.
I've hit it twice, James. Once in a practice game, once in a league game.
The next leg, they had to play closest to the ball to win it.
Yeah. Double one, anyone? In the madhouse? Mind you, saying that, if on 5, I do go 3 double 1 because I hate double 2.
I mean, at least you know where you are on double 1.
Yeah. Jack, used to back in the day, not good enough for that level anymore. Used to play in the same Hampshire youth side as Sam Rooney, Aaron Turner, Wadey, Danny Ballard. We had a really, really good Hampshire side. James, once I hit back-to-back, and I'm not going to lie, dart 7, I couldn't stop my hand shaking, and the treble 12 was in more danger than the treble 20. Honestly, it hit back-to-back once, and then literally, it was like that.
I was so far down the board, they thought you were going for treble 19 first.
It's got 19s first.
Is it the
Just
treble?
out of interest.
Is it the treble 16?
In the chat room, if you are on a 141, are you a 19s man or a 15s person? Because I see Smudges was the 15s route. I've got to say, I am a fan of the Gezi way of getting rid of the 57 earlier on in the leg.
Yeah, yeah.
I am a fan of trying to get rid of it.
Because even if you don't hit the 57, you've made it easier for you later on in the leg anyway, because you've put it back. You put it back onto an even number.
Yeah. Big Johnny did a 9 in practice game at Q School with Cav down and average 73 for that day. Good, well done on the 9 though, mate.
I'll whip your hand off just for a 72 average, let alone the 9.
Yeah. Hypershot says more comfortable going for 19s. That's fair. Colin, treble 19s, lower down on the board. Sam says treble 19 first, the Gezi way all day. Never forget Belfast. Yep. Philip says love treble 19. Double 16, 18. Yep. Treble 17 ball tops. I'm a fan. If I was good, that would be ultimate shitehousery, and I'd probably have a bash at doing that as well if I was any good.
You got to go treble 17 tops, then leave the bull at the end.
I tell you what, it would be funny. Could you imagine? Well, because Gezi almost did this in, I think it was Budapest, that he almost turned down the 9 because the crowd had been giving him that much dogs. And if you got 141, could you imagine going 51 tops, stepping back and going, "No, I'm not going to do it," and plant one in the big 18? Could you imagine?
Well, a bit like Ronnie O'Sullivan going for the 146.
Yeah, because there was no prize money. He took the pink.
Mind you, didn't David Pallett on a 170 give the big one to the crowd, and he's turned around to the back of the hall and he's going like that, and then they decided to plant on the big 18 instead of the bull.
Yeah. Dan, Joe is still in. He plays Mike Clivenhoven in the last 16. And Luke lost first round. Did MVG not hit the ball once? I don't know. MVG got that bored and tried to work out ways that a 9 had never been done before in 2018. Interesting. Excalibur says 144, 2 treble 18s, double 18. Not a fan of that myself, but each to their own. Personally, I prefer double 12 to double 18.
Didn't
I remember the
rampaging time where you used to go double 18 for everything.
Yeah. But I remember Wayne tied him up in knots once when he was going for double 18 in the World Grand Prix all the time because he said it was his best double, and Wayne got the stats out and it was actually his worst double that year. Barry, are you on mute, boys? No, don't think so, mate. I can see audio levels from us. Everyone else is getting involved. Johnny says Peter Manley missing the ball for a 9 was sensational. Yeah. MVG's threatening to do a 9 again at the moment.
17 top ball.
Yeah. And MVG's getting close to the 9 again. Will we ever see 3 167s? I would love that to happen, Johnny, but I don't see it ever happening.
What was the one Mensah Suljovic did?
Was it? I think it involved 2 170s.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Let's find this. Because it wasn't in like the German or Austrian Super League or something.
Yeah, it was something along them lines, wasn't it?
Yeah. 2016. Yeah, 170, 170, 161. Outstanding.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Outstanding. Barry, I think it's you. Everyone else can hear us. James Wade hates 9 darters. Yeah.
Good question. Who's higher all-time list? AD, Gezi, or Wadey?
Oh.
That is a really good question. Because you can all put them top for different reasons.
Right, we were talking about this the other day. That for me, although he's a back-to-back world champion, for his ability, I think Adrian Lewis is an underachiever. I know that sounds ridiculous, but for the ability that he has, I think he should have won more. And I think he'd probably admit that himself, that he should have won more. There's an argument for James Wade, for me, to be in the top 5 of all time, even without winning a world championship. I know people might laugh at that, but I genuinely think there is an argument for him to be in a top 5 of all time without winning it. Right now, I think if he carries on the trajectory he's on, Gezi might surpass both of them.
Agreed.
But purely right now, in the stages of their career, I would go Wade, Adrian, Gezi, but I'd put the asterisk next to Gezi because I think he will go, if he carries on playing the way he has, I think he will go to 1 because I think he'll win multiple big titles.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing with Wade is the run of how many years he's won. I mean, look at the UK and won it 07,
the longevity
and 21.
Yeah.
And that obviously in an all-time rankings goes a long way.
Yeah, and look, if it had been selfish, he would have been world champion. 2012, if he doesn't walk off that stage, he is world champion.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all know that. Adrian's head was in his shed at that point. He could have finished him off in double. I mean, it wasn't even affecting Wade. He could have finished him off in whatever time.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly head back to the action because Christopher Tyskie 5-0 up on Sean Wilkinson. We said Ratajski needed a big week this week. Well, it looks as if he's going to start off with a quarterfinal appearance. Michael Smith, as you can see in the game in the feature, he's closing in on a quarterfinal place. 5-4 up on Martin Luckman. Elsewhere, Ryan Meikle 4-3 up on Dave Chisnell. John O'Shea 3-2 up on Ross Smith. Joe Cullen, Mike Hyvenhoven 1 apiece. Richie Edhouse is 3-2 up on Kim Hybrecht. Max Hopp and James Wilson tied at 1 apiece. Heta Gilding 0-0, but Christopher Tyskie is the first man into the quarterfinals here of Players' Championship 14 in Wigan. He has demolished Sean Wilkinson. He's bageled Sean Wilkinson. And the Polish Eagle flies into the last 8, a 6-0 winner.
Yeah. We'll go back to the chat room in a second. Let's see if Michael Smith can polish this one off. Going to come back. Rob says you can't say Price is better than Wade. Longevity-wise, at the moment, no. But in my opinion, who is a better player, who has a higher ceiling, for me, Gerwyn Price. And the fact that Price has the one that Wadey craves, the argument's always there.
It was up with snooker until Ronnie O'Sullivan got to 7. There was always going to be that argument with Stephen Hendry, wasn't there?
Yeah. Like I said, don't get me wrong. There's a genuine argument for me to have Wadey in my all-time top 5 without a world championship at the moment, and I genuinely mean that. If Wade had a world title or adds the world title to that resume, he's arguably top 4.
And this is young. Just because he hasn't got a world championship doesn't mean he's not a great player.
Yeah, exactly. James says, Wadey 6 times world match play final, 1 win. Not many get to 6 match plays finals. Absolutely.
So Jimmy, like with Terry Jenkins back in the day, people bemoan the fact he lost 9 major finals. He got to 9 major finals.
Yeah. Robert, that's what sport's all about, mate. No one's opinion is right or wrong. Look, James is a fabulous player, but if they both play their A games, I think Gezi wins. Because we've seen the blistering scoring and double hitting from Gezi. But that sport's all about opinions. No one's right or wrong with them. It's why we love it.
Well, we had a 9 dart shout in the Ryan Meikle Dave Chisnell game. Chisnell went back to back 180s, but then hit 89. He needs his leg to stay in the match against Meikle. He's throwing for a place in the quarterfinals. Chisnell mops up, though, the 52, last dart in hand, to make it 5-4. So Chisnell's throwing now to stay in the match and to take it all the way to a decider where Ryan Meikle would have the darts.
I just looked up and Chisnell's scratching his head, looking confused. But he does pin the double 15.
Richie Edhouse, what a performance this is. He's 5-2 up on Kim Hybrecht's average of 104.52. I'm just going to quickly dial into this game because it looks as if it's going towards its conclusion because Edhouse has hit a 140 to leave 80. Kim Hybrecht needs a 149, doesn't get it, 97 leaves 52. So Richie Edhouse wants 80. He's thrown 15 darts in this leg with throw. He's 80 points away from a place in the quarterfinals. They have decided to go tops. Don't know how he went there, how he got there, but he has got there. Hit it last dart in hand. He's beaten Kim Hybrecht by 6 legs to 2. A really good game. 101 average for Edhouse, 99 for Hybrecht, but it is Madhouse who is into the quarterfinals of Players' Championship 14. Victor over the Belgian by 6 legs to 2.
I tell you what, chat room, absolutely on fire today. Yep, Graham Whitlock has gone. We'll come back to you all in a second. But big moments here on our feature game. John O'Shea is 116 points away from a Pro Tour last 8. Huge moments for the reigning, defending world master. And it goes. What a result for John O'Shea. Averages 99 in a 6-3 victory over Ross Smith, who has played some sensational stuff today. The Joker is on the march. Right, let's go to this one. There's a potential shock. Joe Cullen in a world of trouble, finds a maximum, but comebacks have to start somewhere. James says, Gezi just had a slow season. Sure, Price will press the turbo button soon. Yeah, I agree. That in Belfast, he genuinely looked unplayable. But I also agree that he says he reckons Gezi will be finished darts within 5 years. All about the money for him. Yeah, he just wants to get in and out. Not at all, Robert. If that was the case, I wouldn't have Wade in my top 5 of all time or bordering top 5. I just think that Gezi, if he wanted to be, could go on and become an all-time great of the sport. I genuinely do. Ryan Meikle has fluffed his lines on the stream. He had Chizzy in all kinds of trouble. We're going to a decider, and Chizzy has wrestled the darts away.
Yeah. Well, these are the free scoring visits for Meikle on the leg. 45, 58, 45. Chisnell's hit 99 and 137. 265 he's on. Meikle's on 353. So he's wrestled the darts from his grasp, but only hits 45 in this visit. Meikle back on 353. Needs at least a 2 treble visit here to cause any damage. Gets a ton 40, so we're back kind of level in the leg. 220 plays 213, but it's Chisnell against the darts in this deciding leg who is in the ascendancy. 135 leaves 85 after 12 against the darts. Meikle 213. Again, you sense another 2 treble visit is needed to apply pressure on this 85. only hits 43. So if he comes back, it'll be a poke at the big fish. But Dave Chisnell wants 85 to see himself through to the quarterfinals and to save his skin, because Ryan Meikle had him under the cosh. But 45 leads tops. And if Ryan Meikle hits his 170 outshot, it might well win the Iron Ring Award.
This goes yellow.
More than a close shave for the barber. But only 94, leaves 76. So Chisnell's back at tops for the match. Gets it first start, and Dave Chisnell survives the scare of Ryan Meikle and is into the quarterfinals of Players' Championship 14 here in Wigan. Chizzy is getting busy, and it's 3 games away from the title. He's a 6-5 victor over Ryan Meikle.
And Meikle will think that is a missed opportunity. However, the number 3 seed is also in huge, huge danger. Mike Covenhoven, 96 points away from a 6-2 victory over the Rockstar. And he's missed 2 darts at double 18. He's come inside on one of them. But Cullen needs a roof raiser to save his skin. Can't find it. More match darts for Covenhoven. And it goes into the Rockstar departs. Will not play tomorrow. So we won't see Joe until the Premier League. But Covenhoven is into the quarterfinals. And next we are going to go here for all our subscribers and under. Get a bit of the heat on. Back into the chat room. Laura says, our wild Joker card is still on the move. The old dog on the road, he's doing himself. Yeah, he's playing really well. Where has Darren Webster disappeared to? Not playing particularly well at the moment. That's the answer. Sel did play today, Daniel, didn't he? Or did we just missed him?
I'm sure Sel played today and went out early, didn't he?
Really? I'm sure he played as well.
I'll have a check down on the last 64 and last 128 columns. I'm sure he went out quite early.
I can't see him there. I thought I saw him.
I thought, yeah, that is weird.
I was looking at something. I've seen his name somewhere today.
Too much darts.
Yeah. Richie Edhouse moving towards the match play. Yes, he is. Madhouse is now on the periphery. He's only $3,000. I say only as if it's a throwaway amount of money, but he's still in today and he's only $3,000 away from Keane Barry or Barry Keane. That's opinion, I totally agree. But Wade took majors in Taylor's era. He matched a Pete Taylor for a time. Right, I don't want to sound bad here, but there is an argument, because he got brought up on Sky an awful lot, that when James won titles, he never beat Taylor to do it. Someone would beat Taylor and then Wade would clear up. Was it something like his first 6 or 7 titles that he never beat Taylor to win one of them? I don't think I'm making that up. There was a stat.
First one he beat Taylor in was the Masters, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember because he made a huge thing about it in his interview when he won it. That the fact that he beat Taylor en route to winning one. that, James. Just out of interest, Henry, I know we've done it with Gob and Boise and that. Who would be your top 5 of all time if you were picking them?
Oh, good question. For me, number 1, I don't think there's much argument. I think it's Phil Taylor. Second, I think second spot's probably the toughest one to pick, because you could make an argument for probably 2 or 3 players. But I'm going to go Eric Bristow, because at his best, he did dominate the sport, and dominate the sport at a time when you had people like John Lowe, Jockey Wilson, people like that about. So I'll probably go Eric second, because as well, without the dartitis, he wouldn't have been sat on 5 world titles. Absolutely wouldn't have been sat on 5 world titles. There's an argument he probably would have finished on 10 if he didn't have that. And third, this is going to be controversial. I'm going to go Michael above Raymond.
Oh,
Michael's only got 3 world championships.
Mine's worse than
Michael's
yours,
won the 3 world. Michael may have only won 3 world championships, but you look at the caliber of tournaments he's won elsewhere. All of the PDC majors he's won at least once, and most of the ones that matter he has won more than once. So for that's why he just about edges above Barney in 4th. 5 world championships, absolute legend of the game. What he did for the sport in Holland, cleared up on the BDO circuit, won obviously the Grand Slam, Premier League, but Michael's won every event, every big event on more than one occasion, and that for me is why he just gets in above Raymond there. Then 5th is tough, because you can have a recency bias by this, couldn't you? Or you could go old school. I'll tell you who it's between. For me, it's between John Lowe and Gary Anderson.
So it's got people
I might
thinking.
just go Lowe. I might just go John Lowe for longevity. 3 world titles in 3 different decades. Won all the other majors that were available to him at the time in the BDO circuit. So I might just hedge with him over Gary, who comes a very close 6. But what I will say is Peter Wright isn't far off the conversation for top 5.
That's interesting. Wright doesn't even make my top 10.
Doesn't he?
No. He's close. He's on the periphery of the 10. But, so, last time I did this, mine was, I have MVG 1. He's the best. He's the things that Taylor will always be the most successful player ever. That's not in question for me. But the things I've seen MVG do on a dartboard is just ridiculous. So for me, he's the best player that I've ever seen pick a setup. Taylor will have the titles and the longevity side of it. I completely agree with that. But for me, MVG is the best player I've ever seen pick a dart up. Taylor 2.
So that's the first controversial choice.
Taylor 2. Bristow 3. Gary Anderson 4. And this is where my fifth gets muddy. It's a Wade Barney toss-up. And this is where we say there's an argument to have him in the top 5. I
should have bought my popcorn for this.
Whilst we do that, Damon Heta, absolutely sensational in getting past Andrew Gilding, averaging 98 there, superb. So yeah, for me, it's a toss-up between Barney and Wade for the 5th place in mine. I change my mind all the time on this, which way around I put them. I'm going to go Barney just, but I have Wade at 6. And then 7, 8, 9, and 10. I would have Martin Adams in there.
Yeah. Absolutely.
John Lowe would be in there. Trying to find the old sheet of paper that I had, because I'd written them all down. Trying to find it in a minute. So this one's off the back of Matthew. This is off the back of Matthew Edgar's videos that he's done as well. Again, whilst we're waiting for the last 8 to get underway, chat room, get involved. Top 5 players of all times not to have won a major.
I think the biggest argument would be, I think we know who the top 2 would be, but who do you put 1 and 2? Do you go Terry Jenkins or Michael Smith?
Smith 1, Jenkins 2 for me.
Because I think we can comfortably put them as the top 2 in that bracket.
Is Shanghai not a major then?
I thought it was one of the Triple Crown. So I think we can say we put them 1 and 2, and then after that, I suppose you put Baxter on the list.
Yeah, to be fair, Jamie makes a good point there. The biggest argument is what is a major and what isn't a major.
Chris Mason's won a TV event. People forget that.
Was it the Irish Masters he won?
He won the Irish Masters on Sky.
Yeah. Again, back in the day, that was one. Again, Colin, Bobby George for me has won a major. The News of the World, back in the day, was one of the majors along with the Masters and the World Championship.
And probably the hardest
for me. The News of the World was as good as a World Championship win back then.
Yeah,
because it was unreal.
Then who else then? I suppose Tony O'Shea. I mean, I know he won the WDF World Cup, didn't he? But I don't know where we'd put that on the major scale. Well, up until 78, people regarded the News of the World as the World Championship. That was how big a tournament that was back in the day. I mean, again, another one, Wayne Mardle's got to be put in the list. He lost a match play final and 2 Desert Classics back in the day.
Agreed, yeah.
I think who else has come close and not picked up a biggie? I suppose Chizzy.
Yeah.
Lost a World Championship finals, couple of Grand Prix, Grand Slam, and a couple of on ITV. There's an argument to be had for Vincent van der Voort.
Yeah,
one of the best
I don't
never
disagree.
Won a major.
Back in his heyday, yeah, no, I agree. He'd be in the discussions. In terms of his A game, the late great Carl Anderson.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so close to that European Championship. So close.
Oh, he's a wire away from winning a major and being in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Shawnee Mack
would have been in the Premier League that year.
How are we doing, Shawnee?
Cliff Lazarenko, that's a good one. Did he win? Oh,
having a look now.
I have to Wikipedia that.
Yeah.
He won a lot of stuff on the floor, but in terms of majors, World Championship third place, World Masters third place, semi-finals match play. He won a lot on the British Open. He won twice. Denmark Open won twice. Won the British match play in '79. Got to the last 16 of the first ever UK Open back in 2003.
Yeah. I'll tell you what we're going to do, guys. Whilst we're talking about that, get your thinking caps on. We're going to have a quick ad break, and then we're going to come back for the quarterfinals and go from there. So we're going to have a quick ad break, and we'll see you all back on the other side of this. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone. And here we are. It is the Pro Tour live as we get ready for quarterfinal action as it heats up. Chat room is absolutely electric today. John O'Shea is on the stream. I'm disappointed we haven't got any Euro Tour trousers on. James Wilson, Michael Smith will be the other one. So we will go Chizzy and Ratajski for the feature game.
Now, delving back into that argument about major champions. Now, Mervyn King won the World Masters. That, to me, is as good as any major.
Well, the Masters is a major. 100%.
And back in that day.
Yeah, Masters, no question, is on the list. Love that, Laura. Someone asked about Colin Lloyd. Colin Lloyd won the match play and the World Grand Prix. So he's in high esteem.
And possibly missed match darts away from being a world champion, you could argue.
Yeah, the semi-final. 2001 or 2?
02, I think it was. An argument, if he beat Raymond van Barneveld, he could have won it that year as well.
Yeah. Ratajski takes
he was
the
at the peak of his powers.
Yeah. Oh, good one from Philip as well. This will get everyone going. What are currently the PDC events you would class as majors? Oh! You're right, Scott. How are we doing? Yeah, Matt Campbell did play today. Won his first game, lost his second. Right, I'm going to have a figure out. I'm just going to pop to the loo because I was in charge of the advert. So I'm going to let Henry fly solo for a second. I'm going to go to the loo and then we'll discuss what's a major. Hey, good luck.
Yeah, this could last a while, couldn't it? Right, so let's delve into the action. As you can see on the main board, Dave Chisnell up against Christopher Ratajski. It's a Polish Eagle who has taken the opener in that one. And that was against the darts as well. Elsewhere, Mike Kyvenhoven leads John O'Shea by a leg to 0. And Richie Edhouse is one down against Damon Heta. None of these quarterfinals have yet lit the touch paper. But, of course, still early days. This is the last round where it's first to 6. After this, we go first to 7 in the semi-finals. In the final, it is first to 8. That will seal the title and the £12,000 first prize. Michael Smith and James Wilson, the final quarterfinal, is warming up as we speak. Michael Smith will feel as if he's the favourite from here on in to lift the title here at Players Championship 14, but Damon Heta has been a consistent performer on the Pro Tour throughout the course of the year. And Christopher Ratajski is having a bit of a renaissance day today. Haven't seen him at his fluent best in 2022. And today, trying to find his way through to the quarterfinals. Back in the feature game, Chisnell Ratajski. Polish Eagle wants double 12 to double his advantage. Broke in the first leg. But could be broken in the second. Double 18 for Dave Chisnell to earn the break straight back. Double 18. Gets it first dart in hand. It's a breakathlon here at the Pro Tour. My word, I'm getting a bit excited there. 1-1 then between Chisnell and Ratajski. Elsewhere, Mike Kyvenhoven and John O'Shea, Richie Edhouse, Damon Hector. Both of those games at the same scoreline as well. One apiece. James Wilson and Michael Smith yet to get underway as of yet. Reminder, if you haven't done so already, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe. Plenty of content available for you, including an exclusive interview with Matt Porter, which is available now on the YouTube channel. Of course, the live league continues throughout the course of the week. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday morning from 9:30, in the evenings from 10, and the Saturday night finals from 10 o'clock. We will make it through to finals week, Champions Week at the end of the month. We're underway in the last quarterfinal to start between James Wilson and Michael Smith. Well, it's here Christopher Ratajski gets himself on 183 after 9. Chisnell back on 207 after the same number of darts. Chisnell breaking back after Ratajski stole the darts in the opener. With that 140 from Chisnell may go a long way to helping him get the first holder throw in the match. Ratajski needs a big visit here, preferably 2 trebles if he can. 28 leaves 155. So Chisnell now, golden opportunity on 67 to get his nose in front for the first time in this match. Can he do so? No, he can't. Leaves double 10. So Ratajski is back, but back with a big one. 155. We wait up connector. Refresh the screen. Refresh the score. Well, 136 leaves 19. Chizzy wants double 10 for the first holder throw in this match and for a 2-1 lead. We wait and we wait. But gets it last dart in hand, and Dave Chisnell opens up a 2-1 lead on Christoph Ratajski. Welcome back, Philip.
How far did we get with the what's a major debate?
Oh, I'm letting you start that. It's a can of worms that I think you could manifest. I mean, let's start off. What do you think, Savaja?
The top 3, in my opinion, are obvious. One of them is going to split opinion, but I don't care. The top 3 of the world's the match play in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether it's invite or whatever, it's still the second stroke third biggest tournament in the PDC, depending whether you like the match play above it or not. Financially, it's the second biggest. So you have to have it in there for me.
And you can also argue that you look at snooker, the Masters is a non-ranked invitational only tournament, and people see it as the second biggest event on the calendar. So
well, it's part of their,
why can't
part
this
of
be the
Triple
same?
Crown. It's part of snooker's Triple Crown. So
oh, don't go there.
You laugh. There was talk about darts, about players discussing the Triple Crown.
The Torremolinos Open, Northern Cyprus Open.
Northern Cyprus Open and the Lincolnshire Open.
And if you win, you get the BDO trophy back.
But look, those 3 are there. And then underneath that, I go the UK Open, this is in no particular order, by the way. The UK Open, the Grand Prix, and for me, you have to have the European Championships and the Players' Championship finals in that, because they are, to qualify for them, you have to do it on a ranking system. So for me, that's a combination of tours giving you the major at the end of the tour.
Mm-hmm. So for me, I feel like to make it feel as if there's prestige events, you can only have a maximum.
The Slam's in there for me as well. The Slam would be one as well for me.
So for me, to make it have any weight, I think the maximum you can have is 5. So obviously you've got the World Championship, then the World Match Play, Premier League is in there.
Yeah. If say we're doing UK 5
Opens.
Yeah, agreed. There. And the World Grand Prix. If it's only 5, and for me.
And the World Grand Prix. The European Championship comes a very close 6th. Very close 6th. I think it would just gazump the UK Open if it was a week-long event. Which I think it should be.
Yeah.
It's probably, for me, out, yeah, them and the UK Open, definitely out the 2 ITV events are the biggest. Or out of the whole ITV events, the 2 biggest.
Yeah.
I think there's an argument now to rank the Masters. For it being 24.
The way the PDC system is, there's an argument to rank everything.
Everything bar Premier League.
Yeah. And the individual World Series events. But everything else, there's an argument to rank them. Because, like we said, let's play. Johnny Clayton won 4 TV titles last year. One of them were ranked, and he was still ranked at one point, what was it, 9 in the world? When clearly he's not.
And if people are saying, well, it'd be unfair on the qualification criteria, then you can do it via snooker's route if you really have to and do it off a 1-year list.
Yeah. On the stream board 1, Mike Kyvenhoven has just levelled up 3 apiece with John O'Shea. And it is a break back.
Damon Heta also elsewhere, board 2, 4-2 up, on Richie Edhouse, 98.76 average for the heat, whilst James Wilson, he's 2-1 up on Michael Smith. Will the Lethal Biscuit just have that extra bit of bite against the Bully Boy? We will find out. Remember, this is the last stage of the day where we play best of 11. We go best of 13 in the semis and then best of 15 in the final.
Ratajski will be hoping he comes back for 3 apiece. Will come back for 3 apiece, but I think Dave Chisnell has missed the dart at double 16 for the 146. Treble 19 outside. And Ratajski has fluffed his lines. Chisnell for daylight and, more importantly, a break in the quarterfinals. Chisnell breaks big.
Do you reckon there could now be a curse of Ross Smith on the Pro Tour now he's hit a 9 darter? We saw what happened on the Euro Tour.
Yeah. I remember that, the curse of Ross Smith. It took forever, didn't it?
Took about 5-6 years, didn't it?
Also, as well, interesting because Damon Heta is still involved. A win today for Heta, and he would go seeded 1 on the Pro Tour Order of Merit, would leapfrog Luke Humphreys with a win.
And then you have a look at how far he would potentially be. Well, probably not for the match play anyway in the 16, but possibly later on in the year, Grand Prix World Championships, he'd be knocking on the top 16 door.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Philip, I agree. James says the Ferret is currently 8th and will be 9th tomorrow if Dimmy has a decent day. Yeah, look, it's just madness. Is Johnny Clayton the 8th best player in the world? No.
And the only one you could argue that shouldn't be ranked out of those events was the Premier League.
Yeah. And to be fair, look, again, they'd never do this because of the risk and the danger of someone they want in missing out. Not, I say them as in Sky as well. That almost like the Premier League, you do, as they do in golf, the race for the FedEx Cup, where at the start of the season, you nominate 12, however many events. These events carry ranking points for the Premier League. And at the end of those 12 events, the 10, 8, 12, whoever it is, that's your Premier League 10 for the next year.
I can imagine there'll be a broadcaster squabble for that.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. It's 1, what events do you do it for? And 2, could you imagine that Gezi didn't make it or Peter didn't make it for whatever reason, that in those events they didn't play well? That's why it won't happen, but that's what I'd like to happen.
Yeah.
That the Premier League was made into, like in golf, a race for Dubai. That you have it like that for the Premier League. And then it settles all the arguments of, he shouldn't be in, why didn't you pick him? Everyone's had a chance to get in the Premier League. Yes, Colin, yeah, Jazz James has said there, the Players' Championships and the Europeans is based off the 1 year. The game on Stream Board 1 is really intriguing for me. John O'Shea has been the better player, in my opinion. But Kyvenhoven just keeps doing something big or important at the right minutes on his throw at the moment. Just that one visit that takes a break opportunity away or something like that.
It's been like this most of the day as well, hasn't he? Where he's, not to reuse the catchphrase again, but it's been right things, right time. I mean, a lot of the games he's played have been very, very, very tight.
Yeah.
And in fairness to him, it's a run that perhaps we didn't see so much coming from him at the start of the day. And of course, the winner of this will play the winner of Chisnell and Ratajski. So I mean, potentially we could see Damon Heta up against Michael Smith. And that would be some semi-final.
Just look, it's the first time we've seen, 2 seconds. Let's see if Kyvenhoven gets rid of the 25 first. And then I want to look. It looks like James Wilson's using new darts. Or he might have been using them for a while, but we haven't seen him on a stream. I go to the double. Oh, who's the now spotting? He's got the ball left, and we go around the board and don't even see it. Big moment here. John O'Shea has just broken. Covenhoven missed 2 darts for the 25. Now the Joker will throw for the match. It looks like James Wilson's using like an old style Scott Waite dart. Like the old one, you know, like the type of one he used when he won the Slam. That funny.
Yeah.
It's got. And Covenhoven finds a maximum. Yeah, thin barrel, but lots of like little knobbly little bits taken out of it as well.
Yeah.
It's one of them. It's definitely not the flat or the normal standard barrel he had been using.
Do we find out whether Jose De Sousa was spotting that leg or not?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me.
Mind you, though, have a look at that result on the feature board.
Dave Chisnell marches on. Only got 2 games in play, so a little bit of jiggery pokery.
This is where our day gets a bit easier.
Yeah. Here we go. Both stream boards are now up. Covenhoven looking at 95 to send us to a noble tees up tops. Now John O'Shea should get 2 match darts. John O'Shea has missed 2 match darts. Are we going all the way? We'll catch up on the stream and have a look how close they were. But Covenhoven has missed. The stream is slightly behind. So O'Shea's first match darts. One up, and he pulled the other one. But as you can see from the graphic, John O'Shea is into a Pro Tour semi-final. The reigning Windmill World Master doing damage in Players' Championship 14.
So fantastic victory for John O'Shea. So one last quarterfinal left in play. Michael Smith, James Wilson. Smith with the advantage 5-4. It's the Lethal Biscuit, though, who has the honour in this leg. Kicked off 81 and a ton. Smith 95 and a ton. So leg that's very much in the offing. He needs to hold. There's Wilson. And then when we get to a final leg, if we get to a final leg, he will need to break Bully Boy.
As well.
57 means that he should get 6 and 260.
The John O'Shea fan club is happy. Maisie is happy with the lucky bracelet on. Dad's winning because of the lucky bracelet.
All about the lucky charms.
Good breakfast cereal.
That'll be your daily choice, won't it, out in New York?
Yeah, 100%. So, one place left in the semi-finals. So far, Damon Heta defeats Richie Edhouse 6-4, 104 average from the heat. And you'd arguably say he is the favourite going into the semi-finals. Dave Chisnell beats Christoph Ratajski 6-3, 96.68 average. And John O'Shea defeats Mike Kyvenhoven 6-4, 90.56 from the Joker.
And could they be joined by Michael Smith? They will be joined by Michael Smith, who takes 56 out, last start in hand, to seal a 6-4 victory over James Wilson with a 98 average. The Bully Boy will take on Damon Heta for a place in the final. So this is the lineup then for the semi-finals. Michael Smith, 6-4 victor against James Wilson. Damon Heta beating Richie Edhouse by the same scoreline. Them two will meet in semi-final number 1. Dave Chisnell beat Christopher Ratajski 6-3. John O'Shea, a 6-4 winner over Mike Kyvenhoven, who's had a good day today. Chizzy and O'Shea will meet in semi-final number 2, and play will get underway in about 10-15 minutes time.
Yeah, I think it might be quicker than that. I reckon hopefully 5 minutes. It'll be a quick turnaround job. Fingers crossed, because then they'll switch it round. So I don't even need to look at the stream boards. It will be on board 1 will be Michael Smith and Damon Heta, because Smith just played on the other one. John O'Shea played on one, so they'll switch them over. So board 2 will be Chizzy against John O'Shea.
Lovely jubbly. Today's race by, actually, to be fair.
It's been good. I was a little bit worried that with so many of the big guns missing, that the earlier rounds may have dragged on a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's been good, considering the caliber of player that's not here. Remember, everyone, make sure you drop us a like on the stream and subscribe to Online Darts. We are almost there, almost at 25k subscribers. And when we do, we have a great giveaway for you. So, chat room, who wins from here? Actually, let's do a cheeky little poll.
It's not as if a public vote has ever ended in debate or debacle or anything like that.
We don't do that here.
No. We just decide to do it before the vote takes place. And when the vote takes place, God help us. Depends whether you prefer a cheese and wine party or a beer or curry party.
I'll tell you in a second, Matt. Wait, let's go to that. Right, at the moment we are on 24,133. So it's under 1,000 subs. It's under 900 subs that we need to get to that 25k mark. Big, big milestone.
So click that little button down there. Or there. Is it there? It'll be there. It'll be there. It'll be there on the screen.
Yeah. Big game in the semi-finals. Chiz goes into the top 16 of the Pro Tour Order of Merits and automatic entry for the Euro Tour. Yeah, huge for Chiz. He struggled this year. Interesting, the 64. I know we've still got a while to go, but there's some big names outside the 64 for Minehead as well. Trying to keep an eye on everything now because it's getting to that point where every bit could matter.
And there are some big names.
Yeah. Julian, Players Championship 15 is tomorrow, and you can join us again from about 11:50. Is it me and you again tomorrow or not?
I could do a few hours early on.
I haven't looked, to be fair.
I just knew that definitely today I was free, so I thought I'd pop by.
Yeah.
It's been good fun.
It's been good. So this is an interesting one. The year-to-date order of merit. Prize money won this year. This doesn't include the Worlds, by the way. The Worlds is on last year's because that's like the end of last season's, even though they won it this year. Quite surprised how low some people are.
And that's why there will never be a FedEx Cup style system for the Premier League.
Yeah. So far, right? So year to date, this is just this year so far. I appreciate we've still got multiple TV tournaments to come. Noppy 1, MVG 2, Price 3, Smith 4, Humphreys 5, Hetta 6, Cullen 7, Searle 8.
Nine downwards gets interesting.
Yeah. Peter 9, Dirk 10, Rob 11, Johnny 12, Dimmy 13, Aspinall 14, Wade 15, Barry 16. It's interesting. I quite like that little one.
It's a nice little addition to our to this darts ranking website.
Honestly, it's the best website in there.
Oh, it's whoever's come up with this, the Queen's got to honour them. Queen's got to honour them. MBOB, I don't care. Oh, what a website.
The thing is, it's so clever because they have to be scraping the information from darts rankings because literally as soon as the game goes dead on darts rankings, it updates on here. So they're scraping it, which is, look, it is what it is, but it's just so clever the way they've done it. Just to scrape it from darts rankings like they have.
Absolutely excellent. Great bit of kit. But to be fair, we'd be lost without this.
Like, this changed the game.
Oh, massively. You know, you can look live at every single race.
Yeah.
Even to the point you can look at European Tour races.
Matthew says, Bully Boy Joke Up final. Philip says, will it help or burden Smith to play in these Pro Tours this week going into the Premier League? I think Smithy's one of those players, it won't burden him because he plays loads anyway. And if he can win one, he may get a bit of confidence from him. So there's certain players that need rest. There's other players that can just play through it. And I think Smithy's one of those ones that can just play and play and play.
Agreed. Sometimes the best thing you can do is actually just get back out there, get back on the horse and just continue playing. As I say, it depends on who you are. There's some players who perhaps need that little bit of time away, a little bit of rest. But if he feels that the best thing to do to keep himself going is to play in these types of events where he knows he's gonna win a few games in, or he should win a few games in, and build up the confidence, then why not? Why not?
Again,
if you win one of these, you go into it with plenty of confidence.
My worry for Smithy is equipment based at the moment, because he's in the same boat as MVG was a few years ago. That obviously MVG had old faithfuls and was reluctant to get rid of them. But obviously they wore out and there was just no grip left on them. Michael Smith's in a similar boat. He's still throwing his original darts when he moved or when he signed for Unicorn. He's still the original darts. They are warm, battered, and they're that old. One, I don't think the grip is particularly that much anymore. And two, I remember when you weigh old darts, they're all different weights because they've been battered around, where he just doesn't change equipment. And in the world we live in these days, it's such a risk. I remember speaking to MVG about it, that it's so easy now to lose a suitcase on an airline. So easy. And if your darts are in there and you don't change, or you don't think you have the confidence just to go and pick up another set, you're in a world of trouble.
And we saw with MVG how long it took for him after he moved to that, obviously to the new manufacturer, to actually get his game back to something near the level that we've seen before. And only now, probably a couple of years down the line, have we actually kind of seen him get back to the sort of levels we're kind of used to him. And when you do change your darts, as you say, after such a long time, it's like signing. It's like someone replacing Sir Alex Ferguson at Manchester United. It's tough straight away, and it probably ain't going to work straight away. But if you work with a process that after a couple of, well, maybe a year or so, that's when maybe you see the best out of that new dart, because you're just so used to the same thing all the time. Whereas if you rinse and repeat in the way that Peter Wright does, you're used to it, whereas they're not used to anything else. It's all he's known.
The lucky thing for MVG is obviously signing for Windmill. He's got the best darts engineer and designer in the game. Lee is just different level is the thing. And look, they tried something when he first went over. They tried something a bit new with the two tungsten dart where it was 90% at the front, 80 at the back, and that didn't quite work. And they went back to the drawing board, and we've got the exact ones now. And look, Lee's just different level when it comes to designing, and it's those little bits, the little bits that he notices, and that it can be. We're talking millimeters difference. We need to take a mil off of there or machine a mil here. He's just absolute different level. So when you've got the best in your corner, coupled with MVG's talent and ability, you're going to get it right.
Exactly. Rome wasn't built in a day.
It wasn't. However, we are game on. Semi-final number one. John O'Shea and Chizzy is all go.
Flights out and away we go.
And so we're pulling up on the other one as well. They're not holding the back today.
Good to see. Never know, might get some time out in the sunshine a little bit later on. It's turned out to become a beautiful day down here on the south coast.
To be fair, HJV makes a good point. It's not something I'd looked at, to be fair. But with his run today, John O'Shea is in an alley-pally spot.
Indeed, and some big names who at this minute, and I know we're only halfway through the year, are not in there. No Devon Peterson, no Alan Suter, got to the last 16 last year, no Max Hopp, no Darius Labanauskas, no William O'Connor, no Jeffrey Desvan, no Jess Smith, no Joe Mernon, no Mike Kyvenhoven, Connor Scutt's outside the places, Steve Lennon's outside the places, Christoph Kachuk outside the places. Some big names, James Wilson being another, who is not Scott Mitchell. We could go on forever. John Henderson, Bradley Brooks, they're all not in the places for the World Championship. However, one man we definitely will see at the World Championships, I think we could be safe to say on that, will be Damon Heta. And he's taken the first leg against Michael Smith on our second streaming board here. Kicks off 1-3-4. Whilst O'Shea has missed 3 darts at double to take the opener against Chisnell. So Chisnell wanting a ton for a breaker throw in the first leg.
Watching Chesney throw darts at times is like watching Muralitharan bowl. That arm does all sorts of funny things.
It makes you tired watching it.
Yeah. Whoa, John's going to get fined there. Jonathan, potty mouth on the stream.
It's a good job he got to the semi-finals.
There was a definite F-bomb there.
John Desramo.
Yeah.
But he's kicked off Max in leg 2 after winning the first.
And Chisnell has come up dry in 2 visits. Damon Heta doubles his lead over Bully Boy. This is one-way traffic at the moment. Michael Smith missed the dart at tops for the 1-4-2, and he went the treble 17, missed tops. And Damon Heta steps in and says, "Thank you very much." As John O'Shea also doubles his lead.
However, Michael Smith should get 6 darts here from 204 to bring it back to 2-1. Tom 40 leaves 64 after 12. A little bit of breathing space in this leg with Heta back on 256. 1-2-1 leads 1-3-5. So Smith back for for 64 to bring it back to 2-1. Gets it last dart in hand, and Michael Smith's in the match. Still has to break Damon Heta, mind, but leads 2-1.
That's very much needed as well, because you can't be giving Damon Heta a 3-leg lead. 2 is bad enough, but 3 is almost catastrophic.
3's almost game's over before it's began territory with Damon Heta, because one thing he doesn't do or doesn't tend to do is give up big leads. Once he gets in front, he keeps himself in front, and that's a good quality of his.
Yeah. Also, Chisnall is under the cosh here.
Mm.
And Chisnall's missed the ball for the 1-2-4. Like we just said for Smith, big moments, last start in hand. That hurts. Chisnall only averaging 76 right now, Henry, and that's not going to cut the mustard in a Pro Tour semi-final.
Absolutely not. And John O'Shea must be thinking, thank you very much, having Dave Chisnall in this kind of form, averaging 85 himself. And when you look at the caliber that Damon Heta is throwing out on the other board, if he is to get through to the final, A, he'll be pinching himself, but 2, he'll know he'll have to improve the level. But it may not be Damon Heta. It might be Michael Smith, because he's taken out 96 last start in hand to bring it back to 2-2. He was 2-0 down in that one. Damon Heta raced into an early lead, but Michael Smith has brought that one back level. But John O'Shea, comfortable against Dave Chisnall, and Chisy's going to have to up the game here. As you say, 76 average isn't going to do a job at this level at this stage in the game.
Agreed. And even now, the Chisnall throw is under a little bit of pressure. I wouldn't say it was a full-blown break opportunity yet, but again, just that little bit of pressure applied. A 2 treble visit here, and this 170 becomes huge. Let off.
Well, importantly, if Chisnall didn't hit a treble in that last visit, then O'Shea would have had 6 darts.
Yeah. No, this is a must-win leg. 4-0, and effectively then Chisnall is 3 breaks of throw. Oh, that's catastrophe. With John O'Shea having the darts, with John O'Shea winning the ball, if this goes 4-0, it's effectively a treble break.
And you kind of write his chances. You shouldn't write his chances off, but you would write his chances off before the matches even began.
I'm just going to have a look at this 30 here. 5th, treble 5. Plants one in the treble 5. To be fair, he's only got himself to blame there. Those 2 darts are in the corner of the treble 5, kind of overhanging, and he's tried to move and open the angle. Just go for treble 19.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, on the other board, Michael Smith has completely turned this semi-final around against Damon Heta. He is in front by 3 legs to 2. The average is 95 for Smith, 102 for the heat. Heta is feeling the heat, but no one is feeling the heat as much as Dave Chisnall at the minute, because John O'Shea has opened up a 4-0 lead in his first ever Pro Tour semi-final. It could be scratching the semi from that final and just the final for him. This has been some day for the Joker.
It is playing himself into everything. And Chisnell only averaging 75. I'm just looking. The action looks horrific. And John O'Shea is going through this game with a sledgehammer. You right there, buddy? Going on. Neat.
So a good episode of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
What number is it?
Is it A, B, C, D?
Michael Smith has won 4 on the spin and has broke. The wheels have come off Hector here a little bit.
Well, no one saw that coming, how comfortably Hector was in the lead in this match. But have a look at how the averages have flip-flopped. Damon Hector was well above Michael Smith in the averages range. But now Michael Smith, 99 average, Damon Hector 96. That's an indicator of how this game has completely and utterly flip-flopped and flip-flopped into Michael Smith's direction.
Yeah. Again, the Hector average at 96 is still very, very good. But the worrying thing is the fact it's dropped 10 points in a short space of time is more the concern. Because it was around the 107 mark.
Which must mean there was some hairy, scary legs in there.
Yeah. Right. I'm just going to see which way John O'Shea's gone here. That's right. I'll let him off. Two brilliant treble 19s. Came well inside. However, does come back. Does tidy up. 5-0. Start the car. Stick a fork in Chizzy.
Gob is back.
And if this is the thing, Henry, it's all right. Chizzy hitting a 180 now, but this is on his own throw. This is the irrelevant part from here. Yeah, this has to come on the O'Shea throw and mount pressure.
Although he wouldn't mind if you back this 180 up with another, but he won't. Mind you, Smith here will have 2 darts in hand for 5-2.
Oh, I've seen it all.
Only
now.
needs
Chizzy
2.
Chizzy hits the 180 on the stream and does a ferret finger point towards the side camera.
And a Pro Tour.
Yeah.
He's probably expecting Owen Binks to give it full lever as well.
Honestly, he's giving the old.
Still waiting for the Brendan Donor helicopter point at a Pro Tour.
I still love. Remember when Kevin McDine took the biscuit out of MVG when he won the first set of the world? That went down well, didn't it? When he gave it the old mock celebration.
Don't awake the beast.
Yeah. Don't prod the beast. The next 3 sets disappeared in the blink of an eye.
Take your check, go home, good night. Meanwhile, Dave Chisnell is now on the board against John O'Shea. I know it was with the darts, but he just needed to get 1 on the board. But O'Shea kicking off 60s left the door open for Chisnell, and he's kicked off 135. Look, he needs a whole manner of breaks to win this match. But the longer he can keep his opponent on 5 and leave him just 2 away, the more he'll just start thinking and believing. Once he gets to 1 away, Mentality completely changes. Meanwhile, Michael Smith's on 5. He can go one away against Damon Herter. These two haven't messed about. Michael Smith hasn't messed about. 6-2 he leads. And from 2-0 up, Damon Herter's lost 6 legs in a row. And Michael Smith is throwing for a place in the final.
This has been some turnaround from Bully Boy. At 2-0, this looked one-way traffic.
It didn't even look one-way traffic. It just looked like a runway altogether. It was like a police escort for Damon Herter. Mind you, hello, Chizzy.
Looks as if there's going to be one break of throwback. Still needs another 2. But again, this is Chisnall all over. When the pressure's off, the action's fine. When the pressure goes back on, hello, is it me? 5-2. Chisnall kicks off with another max. Again, this is on throw, and like we said, this is Chisnall all over. When the pressure's off, the action is fine. It's when that pressure is on. But O'Shea finds a max as well. 2-2-5 apiece. And Michael Smith, job done from 2-0 down. He has reeled off 7 legs on the bounce. Sensational from the Bully Boy. But who will he play in the final? Will it be Chizzy? Will it be John O'Shea? Right now, O'Shea is the huge favourite.
Hello, anyone home?
Hey, hello!
What an inconvenient time for the phone to go off. I
How
forgot we had
dare
a
they?
house phone.
I was about to say, who actually rings a house phone anymore?
Doris?
Mavis down the street.
Sorry, wrong number.
Oh, Chizzy. 60 points to go within 1. And it would be the break back. What's he done there? You've got to see this on the stream. From 60 to leave 30. What's the Joker done here?
5.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of.
Well, this has to go for Chizzy 39 to give himself any hope.
Oh.
But it doesn't. And so O'Shea is back for the dodgy double 15. Which he doesn't get. So Chizzy gets another bite. Well, usually we like to see our players hit other types of 9s, but this 9 will do Chizzy just fine. Yes, he has to find another couple of breaks, but from 5-0 down, he's won 3 in a row. Just makes things a little bit interesting.
Again, I know he's got away with it there, Henry, but I don't like that way on 39, where he's gone 3 double 16. Double 18. Don't like it. Just the way it breaks down.
Very well on 3 double 16.
Yeah, Just the way he's gone, I'm just not a fan.
Because it means you're wasting. If you go inside on the double 9, it means you've wasted 2 darts in the leg to get to a double.
Yeah, on 39, just plonk one in the 7. It's right next to double 16 anyway. Matthew says Laura's nerves must be shot here. We know the O'Shea fan club will be watching at home.
There'll be interested parties.
This needs to be 2 trebles. That's 3.
And suddenly, if this gets to 5-4, this darts match completely swings on its head. Because Chizzy would have the darts for 5-5.
This may be the biggest 82 in John O'Shea's short PDC career so far. And he's missed the dart at tops.
And so Chisnell's back for double 10 to make it 5-4. Incredibly.
And it goes.
Miraculously, and perhaps impossibly, it felt. This leg is absolutely huge. So Shea does get the break. He will throw for the match in the next. Chisnell holds. We got a best of 3 for the final.
This is always the worry with the Chisnell throw, though. Henry, that when he's 5-0 down, the throw relaxes for Chisnell. And you start scoring. But under pressure, I'm just never convinced about the Dave Chisnell throw under pressure.
Because there could be a wild snatch at any moment.
Correct. Effectively,
Shea has stolen the darts.
Yeah, it has to have a treble here, and does. Stolen back.
That's huge. Mind you, if this goes, 97 leaves 64, so
Should
Chizzy
get a dart of the
7
ball
for 5
minimum.
each.
Should get a dart of the ball minimum for 5 apiece. Misses the ball for 5 apiece. Huge moments. What a 64 from John O'Shea. Big moments on the stream there. Let's see how close the Chisnell dart was at the ball. Not very. This 64. Single 16. 8. It's a great dart at tops to stop the Chisnell surge. I'd love to have heard the scream in Cork when that double top went in.
I can imagine it's a very excitable O'Shea household at the minute.
It will be if this 246 points goes in 6 starts.
You'll probably hear more all the way over to where we are in Hampshire.
Yeah.
Dan, you are right. The Joker ain't no joke. He's here to play.
Is that a mistake? $191. What you give to leave. That's under those circumstances, that is a fabulous visit, unless this goes yellow and raises the roof. It doesn't. John O'Shea should get 2 match starts. John O'Shea only needs 1 match start. The Joker is into the final of Players Championship 14, his first PDC final, beating Dave Chisnell 6-4, Henry. And he did it the hard way in the end.
Well, he was certainly made to sweat it out, wasn't he, eventually? When he went 5-0 up, we were thinking, well, this could be done in a matter of time, and by now we'd be into the final. But Dave Chisnell, credit where credit's due. He did pull off the comeback, brought it back to 5-4, had the chance to make it 5 each. Didn't happen. John O'Shea then stepped in and decided, well, this is mine. It's his first final on the PDC Pro Tour, and he is going to take on Michael Smith to call themselves Players Championship 14 winner.
Yeah. Super stuff. It will be the Bully Boy against the Joker. Two different semi-finals, but 2 very good semi-finals, Henry.
And good semi-finals for different reasons as well. Obviously, the Damon Heta Michael Smith game was brilliant for its heavy scoring power and big finishes. Damon Heta raced into a lead, didn't he? And then Michael Smith just came rampaging back in the end. Whereas in the second semi-final, you can look at the averages, 86 and 88 for the match. But what it did have was drama. You know, John O'Shea, a bit like Michael Smith, just raced away. But then he was pegged back by Chizzy, back to 5-4. And at that moment, the experience of Chisnell could have came into fruition. And John O'Shea, who, of course, hasn't been in this position in a Pro Tour semi-final, of course, has been in a World Masters semi-final as a former champion there. That could have came and gone the other way. But John O'Shea held himself together at the most crucial point of the match. And then in the final leg, it just felt like a bit of a possession towards victory. So congratulations to him. Puts him in the provisional spots for the World Championship. If you can pick up the 12K, it makes him an interested party perhaps for later on in the year and the World Grand Prix and things like that. But it's going to be a good final. It's Michael Smith up against John O'Shea.
And you say about the World Championships, at the start of that semi-final, he was just in 31st. Now he's jumped to 14th. He's well and truly in the green for the World Championship race. The match play race,
and we said this
still has some work to do. A win would get him interested, shall we say, for the match play. The World Grand Prix, again, a win would get him interested, get him to within 3.5K of Jim Williams.
Which is nothing in the World Grand Prix race.
No, nothing at all.
We said, didn't we, earlier on today, right at the very start of the coverage, having some of the big boys, Peter Wright, Gerwyn Price, Michael Van Gerwen, and all the rest of them not being involved in today's action would open the door for someone. The door has slammed open for John O'Shea, and he has got a huge opportunity to join Jim Williams in the Winners' Club of a PDC Pro Tour on their first year of their tour card rotation.
Completely. Can't wait. Right, we're going to grab a quick ad break. Everyone, get yourself a coffee, soft drink, whatever you are on. We're going to have a quick minute ad break or so, and we'll be back for the final on the other side of these. Welcome back to Online Darts, everyone, and here we are getting ready for the final of Players' Championship 14 between John O'Shea and Bully Boy Michael Smith. Myself and Henry have been here all day, and we're going to fill the final for you as well. Henry, Bully Boy will go in as favourite, but the Joker has the game to cause the upset.
And for John O'Shea, he's got absolutely nothing to lose in this final. Fantastic achievement to get to a final, first year of his Pro Tour card rotation. But as you say, Michael Smith, heavy favourite going into this final. A lot of people question whether he should have played on Tuesday and Wednesday, knowing he had the Premier League on Thursday. But we mentioned earlier this morning that he can have a deep one in one of these two events. He can pick up some real confidence going into the Premier League. Well, he's got himself into the final. Will be a huge favourite to win this final. If he was to win this particular match, what huge confidence, no matter what he decides to do tomorrow, whether he plays or not, he's going to have going into Thursday.
Yeah, huge. Absolutely huge. Cannot wait. It's a real tough one as well, because I like both the guys. I don't want one to win.
That's a horrible thing. When you begin to get involved in the sport and you get to know the characters on a first name basis, it becomes difficult. But then you have to just do your job, I suppose, don't you? At the end of the day, as difficult as it sometimes is. And to be fair, a lot of the lads on tour, they're great guys. So it's one of those where you let the best man win, don't you?
Yeah. It will be what will be.
Okay, Sarah.
Yep. It's been quite a day so far. Remember, if you haven't yet, drop us a like and subscribe to Online Darts. The live league action tomorrow morning, and then the Pro Tour stream as well. Lots and lots coming up for you.
And a very good week on the live. Some very good players. Group A has been very strong today, but some of the players that are dropping into Group B and C this week, it's very much worth the watch.
To be fair, next week's group is brutal, by the way.
Week 4 seems to be the week where it just turns itself up another notch.
Absolutely brutal. But before we get to there, plenty of darting action coming your way. Sam says, who's winning the World Cup then, boys? I'm backing Johnny and Gezi. Slight bias being a Welshman myself, maybe. Like I said earlier, until I see the teams, I'm not going to have a pick.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, one thing I always say at the World Cup, never ever rule out the Belgians.
Yeah, normally I agree with you, but I just think there's something missing from Dimmy's game at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Do you think maybe playing with Kim will help him? Because Kim's always up for the World Cup. He's always done well there. Maybe that could just light a spark in the same way that it did with Australia a few years ago when they made the final with Nico and Whitlock. Nico obviously came off the back of that World Championship and was struggling a little bit, and then he played in that World Cup and was a different player.
Yeah.
Gob, the Dutch huge favourites this year. England second, Aussies the upsetters. Not quite so sure about England this year.
The problem is, I think in the World Cup, your chemistry and your dynamic in your team has to work. It has to.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure certain teams do work now.
Mm-hmm.
Again, now, God, that's part of the issue. I just think that Gezi and Johnny would be my favourites.
Mm-hmm.
If it, well, I'm not convinced. Like I say, I'm not convinced that we get everyone there that we expect to be there. I just think with the schedule, I just think that someone may blow it out.
As you say, that June time, especially for Premier League players, World Series New York, World Series Denmark, Premier League finals, Pro Tour, World Cup. World Series.
I'm gonna put this into context. If you're in everything and try and play in everything, so 26th of May, Newcastle Premier League, 27th, 28th, 29th, Zwolle Euro Tour. Then they all fly to New York on the Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they all have lots of media commitments in and around New York. 2 days play in New York, fly home Sunday. Because of the time shift, most then get home Monday. A couple of days at home to Copenhagen. 2 days Copenhagen. 4 of them will then go to Berlin to play in the Premier League finals. Berlin, 2 days in Niedenhausen for Pro Tours. Niedenhausen straight to the World Cup for potentially 4 days. Monday, fly home for a few days, back to Amsterdam. That's to do all of that. I just think that something may have to go amiss for these top players. That's insane.
That's grueling. I think that's probably the kindest way of putting it. That is nuts.
Yeah. Already in leg one, Michael Smith has the John O'Shea throw under the cosh a little bit.
So 152 for John O'Shea. This is the whole throw in the first leg. O'Shea with the darts and the odd-numbered legs. 45 leads 105. So Smith will have a poke at 107 to break the darts right from the get-go. 87 leaves 20. So double 10 should he return. O'Shea needs his 105. This is just for a hold of throw in the opener. But pins the 105. That took huge courage, huge bottle from John O'Shea. His throw was under attack in that first leg, but he finds a way with a big ton topper to get himself in front, keep hold of that throw, leading 1-0, but straight away Michael Smith kicks off ton 40.
I'm going to watch it on the stream now. I'm a fan of that ball, 15 tops.
Although I loved Chaz Barstow's route on the 1-2-5 the other night, treble 15 tops.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm still a fan of the Aaron Monk 1-2-1 ball, treble 7 ball.
Because why not?
Because I'm Aaron.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I'm going to throw a few darts. It's going to hit the target. Thank you.
Here we go. Michael Smith looking at tops for a level game. Level it is at 2 apiece. I'm sorry, 1 apiece. Second dart. I was looking at the 2.
That's a problem with these screens. They get in our way of our thought process.
Yeah, I just saw the 42. The
worst one is when a player's on 32 and another player's on 16.
Yeah.
Mind you, this is a steady leg. Look at the scores. 137, ton 40, 137.
Casual.
Jonas J will just about have breathing space. Oh my. Oh my word.
That's a whopper. The Joker means business.
We know he won't go ball for a 10-dart leg, but he will do it in 11. What a leg that is from John O'Shea.
I'm disappointed he hasn't gone ball.
Have a look at them averages. 106, 105. We're being treated to some final here. Players Championship 14. Mind are back tomorrow. 10 to 12 or roundabouts will be bringing you the action.
Clean as well, right in the heart of tops. No messing around from the Joker.
No messing about for Michael Smith and this leg. They're just hitting each other with haymaker blows. Ton 40, ton 137 to leave 124 after 9. And we'll get 6 darts at it. The standard here is quite simply ridiculous.
That is off the scale.
And he's missed the dart of the bull.
Just a shame that John O'Shea can't take out 340.
In this match, anything's possible. Well, this is to add a 14 darter to the collection. And he will add a 14 darter to the collection. It's 2-2. It did become 2-2 in the end. Michael Smith averaging 106. But John O'Shea has the darts in this important 5th leg. And you sense that this is a really important leg in the context of the match.
Yeah.
And after O'Shea's 99, Smith's kicked off ton 40. The throw's under pressure. Definitely now.
Definitely. Ooh. Let him off a little bit.
But a ton don't do much.
This is a 1-3-3. Two treble visit here. O'Shea's still favourite to hold. Now, Michael Smith is favourite to break.
However,
just stuttering along this leg. It started well.
that 59 hasn't really truly punished that slip from Smith.
No. Smith down to a 2-darter, but yeah. But again, the 120, it's nice because it's the treble single to double, and it does go huge moment. He adds the 120 to the 105. And I was saying, it's on those combination finishes, it's the one treble single to double that the pros love because there's not a pressure to hit two, and you also get 2 bites of the cherry to hit that treble.
Absolutely. And John O'Shea's shown it, hasn't he, so far in this match? He's won 3 legs, 2 of them ton toppers.
Yeah.
Talking about toppers, you can't top that last score for Michael Smith. And he backs out with 60. O'Shea needs a lot himself, you feel, here against the darts.
And again, joining us in the chat room, Martin Lukeman is joining us from somewhere near Wigan. Hope you are good, mate. Nice to see you playing some good stuff. Great to have you on board. Again.
Do good pies up in Wigan.
Yeah. This is an intriguing game, though, Henry, because Smith is doing all the eye-catching work, but the Joker is just finding a way to keep himself in the game, like the 105, the 120, when Smith looked in a good position.
It's like the tortoise and hare darts to a certain extent, where Michael Smith's doing all the scoring in this match, but John O'Shea, in around that region of 100 to 120, has just been mopping up every opportunity he gets. Talking about mopping up opportunities, Michael Smith does exactly that there and makes it 3-3. The only thing I would say in this match is every leg John O'Shea has the darts in feels like a huge leg for him.
Yeah. However, is Smith making a move on the O'Shea throw here? It's a great reply from John O'Shea. Could you, Smithy? Could you? No.
No.
Well, just seeing on the stream, Michael Smith hitting double 16 doesn't find himself down in that neck of the woods too often.
Had to find a sat-nav to get down there.
Yeah. However, the O'Shea throw is under the cosh now. Brilliant leg from Michael Smith. John O'Shea has done nothing wrong. It's been the brilliance of Bully Boy in this leg. huge moments. Advantage, Smith with a sensational break of throw, Henry.
We said that every single leg on John O'Shea's throw felt absolutely massive because at any moment Michael Smith could accumulate that break. He has accumulated the break. And look at how he's kick-started leg 8, ton 40. And suddenly you sense the momentum in this match has shifted right in Michael Smith's direction. Only a 58 start for John O'Shea. And he's backed up the ton 40 with a 180. Michael Smith starting to feel it here. 104 average. He's lit the blue touch paper. O'Shea with scores of 58 and 96. Can Michael Smith begin to smell blood? Only 247, so Smith will get 6.
Oof.
But
maybe
that 180 from John O'Shea's kept him interested.
Just tapped Michael Smith on the shoulder and said, "Hey up, pal, if you miss, I'm here." The only problem with that is Michael Smith hasn't missed.
And so Michael Smith has backed the break up with a hold. This is huge. This is game defining. You sense this leg. And John O'Shea is kicked off with a 60. Smith's come back with a ton, so it's kind of as you were in this leg. Don't forget to send in your comments as well in the chat room. Where does this final go from here? Don't forget to drop a like. Don't forget to subscribe. Plenty coming up. Be back here tomorrow. Lively back tomorrow. Of course, interview with Matt Porter also available.
I tell you
But that's another big Max O'Shea.
John O'Shea is coming out swinging.
Does he go for the ball?
What pressure will the 62 be under? Enough. Smith on a finish. Keeps O'Shea honest. If this goes yellow, this is like a Ricky Hatton body blow. Doesn't. So O'Shea to get back within one. Last start in hand. O'Shea is still in this. The Joker still producing 102 and 95 averages respectively. No, Matt, this is the final, mate. Ooh, I'll tell you what, this one's not done yet.
And what character, because what pressure that last start at double 16 would have been under. He would have known that that was the most important dart of the match. But he kicked off 134 in that leg. Smith replied 180. O'Shea's come back with a 123. Smith cannot afford to come to the well and come back out dry here. He definitely doesn't do that. But he has 113 to go within 2 and lead by 2.
What a standard this is when we're saying 152 has to go.
for a 12 as well.
Yeah. Michael Smith, 85, 180, 123, 97. 16 goes into. The average has been around the 102 mark for 10 legs. John O'Shea, 95. This is world-class arrow slinging.
14 dart leg there for Michael Smith with the darts. Which makes it almost impossible for John O'Shea to get a break in. But talking about breaks, Michael Smith is looking to charge a second of his own. What a leg. 134 ton 40. Could soon be on the hill, Phil.
Yeah, look. If Michael Smith wins this, this is up there with one of his best Pro Tour finals. This has been world class from the Bully Boy. And this is what I keep saying to everyone. Everyone says he bottles it. Everyone calls him a bottler. I'm not having it. Michael Smith is a world class player. He will win TV titles.
14 last leg, 13 this leg, and Michael Smith has a darts for the title.
Oof.
And that'll feel like a dagger to John O'Shea's heart.
Hang on.
But what a response!
We're coming down in maximums. What have you got, boys? What have you got?
It's raining down in Wigan.
Graham, great to see Whitlock back on the Euro Tour.
Oh.
The thunder from down under.
Go 5 in?
I don't know, we'll tell you in a second.
However, suddenly that 56 has meant O'Shea could be in play in this leg. Huge visit for John O'Shea. Tunnel do.
Says, John O'Shea definitely qualifying for the world, do you think? I'd never say definitely because you don't know what will happen, but he's putting himself, one, in a fabulous position, and two, he's a fabulous player. No, Daz, Wright's not playing.
So this is to stay in the match for John O'Shea, 25. Otherwise, Michael Smith will come back for double 10 for the title.
It's not done yet.
But gets it. That is clutch from John O'Shea. And it is a break of throw back. So 7-5. It is to Michael Smith. The Joker has the darts in this one. Kicks off with a ton. But that is huge bottle under the almightiest of pressure.
Good dart, a double 10 as well, last dart in hand. If I'm being critical, Michael Smith made a mistake on the 105. Went downstairs and slipped into the 3, which means he couldn't tee up a finish. John O'Shea steps in. What a response from the Joker.
He just will not relent, will he?
No. having
that.
none
I
of
thought
it.
was a pair of them.
To go within one of Michael Smith. Oh, is that the mistake? Is that the one that costs John O'Shea Players' Championship 14? No, because Michael Smith has missed match starts. But the Joker can't take out the 20. Says to Michael Smith, can you take out 5 for Players' Championship 14, Henry? And the answer is yes.
And so Bully Boy returns to the winner's circle. Michael Smith wins Players' Championship 14. What a performance it was in the end. A 101 average. Some people wondered why he was playing today. That is why, because he is the champion. What a run, though, for John O'Shea to get to the final. 94 average when he got there. Played really well in the final, but Michael Smith just had that extra little bit in the end. The Bully Boy is the champion here in Wigan.
Super stuff from Bully Boy. Brilliant from John O'Shea, making his first PDC final. Super stuff from the pair. Henry, what a day of action we've had here on the Pro Tour live stream. It's been absolutely sensational. Everyone, thank you very much for being with us through the day. We will return tomorrow, but before then, the live league, 9:30 tomorrow morning. We will be with you about 10 to 12 for all the action. Cannot wait. Henry, enjoy the rest of your evening. What a shift it's been, mate. Superb having you as always, and no doubt the WhatsApp chat will be interesting. When we finish, we'll check up with the boys and see what's been going on.
Yeah, it's been great fun, hasn't it? I think we were wondering what we were going to see today, weren't we? With a lot of the Premier League boys not here. But one thing is for certain, the cream rises to the top in PDC darts. It's been great fun today. So thank you very much for the company.
Our pleasure. I've been Phil Bars, joined by Henry Deacon. Thank you for watching Online Darts, and we'll see you all tomorrow for a repeat.